Welcome, guys. Welcome. My name is DasTactic. We're going to be doing a sort of a deep dive into the factions of Distant Worlds 2 today, and this is a sponsored stream by Slytherin, so thank you, Slytherin, for that. And there is actually a tracking link in the description if you are wanting to go to Steam. But let's actually talk a little bit about the other options for you, particularly during April, because we've only got like a couple of weeks left. So anyway, this is going to be like if you are wanting to actually get into the game. But this session, it's a bit overwhelming because I've got to try to go through all the different factions and explain what they're good at and what they're I guess what they're not good at and things like that. Hi William, how are you going? So it's going to be a deepish dive into all the different aspects of the actual game in terms of races and factions and the interplay between them. Anyway, before we get started, there is actually a humble bundle choice you can sort of go and grab at this stage for April. So you can get this very, very cheaply. Like basically, if you sort of opt in, $12 per month is sort of how you join it, but you can essentially get the base game there for $12. So if you are, and I'm just covering that up, unfortunately, but Distant Worlds 2 is part of that particular list for this particular month. So a very, very cheap option there for you. You can opt in for 1 month essentially. And grab the base game very, very cheaply in this instance. So anyway, that's Humble Bundle. Of course, it's on Distant Worlds 2 is on Steam at the moment as well, and there is actually a special 20% off for the Legacy Bundle at this point in time, which includes the original Distant Worlds as well, so Distant Worlds Universe, but along with all the different DLCs. So 20% off that particular version. To be honest, like if I'm just trying to sort of now think, okay, look, I don't play Distant Worlds Universe anymore, and I just can't because Distant Worlds 2 is so much better than Distant Worlds Universe. Distant Worlds Universe is essentially Distant Worlds 1, but of course with all of its packs as well. But Distant Worlds 2 just takes the game into the stratosphere essentially with what it actually does do. Including saying every faction, bloody hell, Daz, this is a 10-hour stream. I know I've got to think, how do I do this succinctly, but still actually make it so that people can get some good information from it. So I'm thinking what we'll do is I'm going to approach it in. Actually, I don't know how I'm going to approach it yet. I've got certain sort of categories that I'm wanting to sort of go through for every single faction. One of them is actually a little bit of ship design and looking at the ships, and I'm thinking that I think I've got a way to do that. So anyway, let me just go back to the game, and what I have done is I have loaded in I've created a new game. So if I go and load the game, I've got a faction racer start at level 2 in through this other side. So essentially I've got like a human start on this particular area, and I've actually put in one of every faction. All the current factions. Now, I've sort of put in brackets there so far because ultimately there's 20 factions from Distant Worlds 1 that will eventually come to Distant Worlds 2, but it's going to, sort of like they're doing little bit by little bit all the time, and we're up to 13, so we're certainly sort of over the halfway mark, and we've now got double what we had at the game start, and there's still some other changes that have to come into the various factions as well. So we'll go through that. There's going to be some big changes with 2 more factions coming up. Within the actual, and we'll get to those as we sort of get to them, I guess, would probably be the best way to sort of look at those. So but I'm not sure where I should start, but let's just go and load this game in, and then we can sort of talk a little bit about the factions and how they work. All right, so I'll just go back in here. So what I've done is I've created a galaxy where I've put, as I said before, one of every one of the 13 factions is alive in this galaxy. And what I've done in this galaxy is I've made it so that all of the different factions, I'll just turn off the long range scanners, but each of the actual factions is now also in contact with every other faction as well. So we can sort of see the bit of the sort of like the typical sort of interplay between the actual factions themselves. So this is the humans that we're sort of looking at through here. Just press tab so I can sort of get down on and get sort of an interesting look at the backdrop. I'll just try to find like a ship that might be of interest to us. Maybe this one here or something. Like we'll just go into here. That one looks pretty cool. This is just a survey ship. So I'll just get, and so this is a typical human look to what they actually sort of have with their particular factions or their particular ships. So, and I thought I'd start with the humans because that's often when people actually are new to a game, they will then come through and essentially play as the humans because they're most familiar with them, of course. The humans are not the squeaky clean factions that you sort of often find with humans in typical races. Like, these are a little bit on the edge, you know, just a little bit, but not very much. Hi, Brain Fart Buck, how are you going? Saying, hope all is well. Yes, all is well with me, thank you. And Zaradin saying, can't wait to hear Daz's say things about the Teekans. Well, I'm going to go through every single faction. Teekans are not my favourite faction, personally, but I know that they are for other people. And that's actually a hallmark of a great game, is when people disagree about the different factions, what they like and what they don't like. You know, it's that sort of, for me, I like that, because even though I don't like the Teekans personally all that much, playing as them, there's a lot of people who really love playing as them. So it's a bit of, you know, there's something for everyone in this game. Oh, you've already said hi to William. John W. saying, what faction should I play for my first game, and why is it Ewoks? First game, I would still suggest human, actually. Just you're still going to get an interesting gameplay with the humans. That's why I thought I'd start with the human here, just because it's a good bench line. Beaches are saying, hey, how about to turn 30 soon? I have a mix of appreciation and sadness that I am getting older. Oh, about to turn 30 soon. Wow, that's actually still very, very young. Mr. Fleagle's math class saying, hey Daz, haven't played Distant Worlds 2 since closest initial release. Excited to get back to it and see how it has changed. It has changed dramatically. So if you haven't played the game for a while, it really is a good time to get back to it. And there's going to be a lot of new people coming in as well. You know, I sort of noticed that there was comments in the AMA that the devs did during the week. You know, there's comments from people who had just picked the game up in a humble bundle, trying to figure out, you know, where it sits in terms of Solaris. This is not the session that we go into that sort of detail, but certainly if you are interested, if you're sort of watching this and thinking, oh, I do want to get into it, I want to find out what the differences are. This, in a nutshell, this is not a 4X space strategy game. This is a space simulation where you play your little space 4X part of it inside the massive simulation. So that's essentially sort of the difference between them. This is beautifully unbalanced, and it actually does lead to sort of like massive space opera type situations that you've got no idea what they're going to be when you start. So it's always a surprise packet. It's cruisy at times. It's frantic at times. It's just a very cool game. It's a pausable real-time strategy game, so don't worry about the real time. You can pause, you can sort of reduce the speed, etc., etc. But anyway, I won't be spending too much time in the base game. If you are interested, every Wednesday I have a Worldly Wednesday session that I do both on Twitch and on YouTube, where I do go through and play at the moment Distant Worlds, and so we're playing Distant Worlds 2 and just going through, and we've got a fairly interesting game going at the moment. I'm going to be playing that one for quite some period of times. But if you are new and you've sort of stumbled onto my channel with this particular video and you are interested in finding out more about the game, or if you've got questions, then please join in on those sessions and ask questions, because I'm happy to answer them. Even in this one, I will, even though there's a lot to cover today, I'm going to still be answering questions as I possibly can, as many as I possibly can anyway. There may be times when I do miss the chat, so I will actually apologise. But we'll sort of go through that one and go for there. So yeah, so I will get sort of started with this in a minute, but I will just also point out that in a couple of hours' time, Eric, one of the devs from Distant Worlds 2, is going to be doing another. I think he's going to be doing another live stream. So I'll be cutting into that time because I'm not going to be able to finish this in 2 hours. I know that. Like, I wasn't given a starting time, but I've only just woken up, so this is my starting time, and I've got to do it today. This is sort of like as I said, a sponsored stream, but it has to be done today. So I would recommend, you know, at the expense of people watching this video live, that you maybe go and have a look and see what Eric has to say with the presentation about the changes that have come into the update. I always make a point of watching any of Eric's presentations about the game, simply because there's always something new to learn about the aspects of the game itself. But anyway, we're going to be talking really just about factions. We're not going to be really unpausing the game much at all. We're just going to be having a look at the actual factions and just going through them one by one, and what they're good at and what to look out for, I guess, with them, and what to focus on if you are playing as that particular faction, because it's so rich now. The game is so deep and rich with the actual factions and the interplay. And I'm thinking I'll do sort of like a broad overview of any faction, and then sort of work from there, and just the different things that do interplay with the actual factions themselves. So we'll sort of start there. I'll just quickly go through the comments. Again, the sponsored stream, so I won't be talking about other games in this particular one. Yeah, so highly educated trucker is saying Xenox is a great stunning race because ice and tundra worlds are everywhere, plus they get a bonus to stealing tech. Look, I think you could argue that nearly every faction is approachable. Like it's like some are harder than others in certain aspects, but then they've got other benefits. So every faction, it sounds like the game is like really well balanced, but it's actually unbalanced, but purposely so, and so it sort of works out fairly well. So things are saying Dad's fondly remembering his 30s and his luscious head of hair. I used to have long hair actually, but that was back in my teenage years. Anyway, so let's get into it. So with the actual factions themselves, when you start a new game of Distant Worlds, of course, you've then got the choice, and maybe we'll just quickly go and do that, and I'll talk a little bit about what impacts the game from your choices actually when you do start. So let's just go back. We'll come back to this one, but just go back into the main menu and how things work. So Began saying, greetings, Daz, new game? No, we're just going to be literally talking about the factions, and that's it. And then I'm going back to my normal game next week, because that is really ramping up. Yeah, Clinkler's saying, yeah, if you're coming from a game, something like Stellaris, I'd actually suggest one of the aggressive races like Boscara, as you can play close to how a game of Boscara, as a game of Stellaris would work. Yeah, I think Boscara, and again, we're going to go through all of the different factions. So let's just go into start a new game. Now, I'll just quickly skip past a lot of the, this is actually the game that I have set up for what we're going to be looking at today. So things that will sort of impact you, and it's not just your faction, but it's the interplay of other factions around you as well. I've gone to level 2. I find this can be a little bit too far up. Like if you are sort of starting, if you're wanting to get, like, typically you start at pre-warp and then sort of move your way through. In fact, I might just go and do that now so you can sort of see it. Pre-warp and pre-warp just means that you've got to build up slowly. So if you are new to the game, I would suggest you do that. The game is designed to be played with pre-warp. Galaxy aggression, so how aggressive computer players are in the game. There are other factors specific to each empire and also determine aggression levels, but this setting is a galaxy-wide value that influences all empires. So this is actually something where it puts the aggression levels higher if you go beyond normal, and if it brings the aggression levels down. Now, it doesn't mean you're going to end up with a completely peaceful game, but it will be a little bit more peaceful. So if you're new, just start on normal or peaceful, I would suggest. It doesn't have a massive bearing on the game, but it does just ramp up. And we'll talk about aggression, because this is actually one of the important aspects about the different factions. We'll get to that very, very soon. Difficulty, I just keep it on normal, I tend to sort of make the difficulty higher in other ways. Hostile races near the player. Now I just put normal in for the start that we've got, just to spread everyone out really nicely. But you can, if you're wanting to, get sort of like the arch enemies of the different factions to come in and sort of start near you if you are wanting to. So the game I'm playing on during my Worldly Wednesdays streams is actually set to extreme, and we are surrounded by essentially an aquatic faction surrounded by bug factions, which is not easy. Anyway, research speed, again, just whatever you want through there. I have turned on all projects and fixed research paths in this case, just so we can see everything when we're talking about the actual factions. Allow tech trading is going to be on. I just keep it on. I do like that one on. Now, again, just set up your threats however you want those. This is just the colony setup, so I won't talk about that one. Then you've got all the different sorts of factions that you have through here, where it gives you a summary as to how it works. I'm just going to spend a little bit of time talking about this screen and how it does sort of function, and the interplay between the the aspects of this screen and your actual game. So you can sort of choose largely a lot of what you're going to be looking at when you're trying to choose what faction to play. You'll actually often find it within this game to find a style that will suit your gameplay. Now, before I sort of go deeply in through here, you'll notice that there's a whole lot of different numbers in through here about suitabilities, bonuses, etc., etc. We're going to talk about that in just a minute. Be aware that a lot of the bonuses to the numbers that you get in this one are also then related to the government type that you get, which also then has different abilities as well. So, for example, playing as a human, we've got a number of allowed government types. Now, they've got a fairly broad group. The humans really can be anything from very aggressive, sort of like fascist sort of style gameplay through to republics and democracies, through to feudalist societies, through to monarchies. So you've got a big, broad range for humans in the game, more so than nearly any other faction in terms of the government type. So that's actually a very, very broad grouping. That's why humans are an interesting one, because they're not the easiest faction, but they're probably the one that people can, you can choose your own adventure, really, when you do play as a human. Whether you do play as super aggressive or, in terms of a republic or democracy, you're more likely to play diplomatically. So there's different ways of approaching. But even if you do play diplomatically, you will still have to fight in this game. So anyway, so just be aware that, like, for example, if I go back and choose one of the bug factions, like the Boscara, as was mentioned before, I think this is also a good faction to start learning the game. So this is actually what at this point, the most evil faction in the game that you can choose or typically evil, is the Boscara. So these are a ferocious insectoid race with a tough brown exoskeleton skin, but we'll talk about those in just a minute. If we compare their government types and what they can actually have, so they've got like a couple. Now in this case, it's choosing either. It's got a bit in through here, but you can see there, it still does have Republican democracy for whatever reason. I'm not sure why it's got that one through there, and monarchy. But typically you will choose the hive mind. So this will be sort of what they will typically go with. So that would be usually what you go with because of the benefits you get from the hive mind. But it does sort of then also ramp up your aggression. So it does sort of kill off your diplomacy. So the numbers just be aware that the numbers that you end up choosing with the governments, combined with the faction that you actually end up with, are going to have a major impact on the game that you play. Again, it's very, very broad. The game is incredibly broad. So you've got, and there's, so while unlike games like Stellaris, where you can, where you construct a faction, this one you are choosing like one of the 13 factions, but the game is so rich in all other aspects that you don't need to construct a faction in this game for it to work. The other games are more like board games, so they can do that sort of thing. Whereas this game is, as I said before, more of a simulation. The numbers still chop and change there's other aspects that affect the numbers in this game as opposed to the other Space 4Xs. So anyway. The Boscara, as I said before, extremely aggressive. But let's just go to humans and just talk a little bit about the what we sort of see through this other side. So we've got different aspects about it. The personality is typically how the AI will play as your faction, and so this will be sort of how they will then interact with you. Now we'll go through these in a bit of detail. Actually, I might just do them now because we can then sort of skip past them as we go to each other faction. So you've got like an aggression meter in through here, so you can see that plus 20. The humans are an aggressive species in this case. The Boscara are at the extreme; they're plus 40. Factions like the Teekans will be negative 10. So the Teekans are more of a these are more of a rodent type faction. So they're going to be very, very. The Xenox is neutral. I'm just trying to think of the other ones that are quite. The Artooks are a little bit aggressive. Actarian's negative 10 again. So you do have some that will sort of chop and change, but typically your bug factions will be the most aggressive. So Boscara plus 40, Daewitz nearly plus 20 back and through there. Gizarian, these are all bug factions plus 40. Typically the insectoids will be up that way. We've only got one reptilian really at this point in time in the game, which is the Mortallans. These are plus 30, so they're more aggressive than your typical humanoids. So the humans are sort of coming in at plus 20. The Xenox is neutral, they're also humanoid. The Ikaru essentially are primates. These are the most passive, negative 20. So that sort of aggression is sort of how aggressive they will be openly, I guess, but it doesn't mean that they won't go to war. So even if you get something where it's got very, very, like a lot of passivity, it doesn't mean that they can be pushed around. They will go to war. It's just that they have a different, like they don't just go wildly to war. So that's sort of where they are with aggression. So this doesn't play a massive role in the game, but it does affect their personality. Cautious, just how careful they are. So you can see that if I compare the humans and the Boscara as an example, this will probably be the best of the comparisons. So the humans are cautious, which means that they don't just openly, if something annoys them, they don't just see red and go straight to war. They're aggressive and they'll sort of push the boundaries, but they won't actually. In this case, with the caution aspect, they're going to. They're going to think about what their response is going to be, whereas opposed to the Boscara, who are reckless. So these are very aggressive and reckless. So you can expect just crazy decisions in terms of aggression with these guys because their caution is so low. Gizareans again are another interesting one. They're almost as reckless as the Boscara. So these are sort of like two big bug factions. The Dayuts are actually a lot more cautious with what they end up doing. So that's sort of like in this case the humans are more careful. Dependability. This is actually when they come in, just how likely they are to leave diplomatic relationships that they have with you. So the humans again are in the middle here, so they're not the most loyal. A lot of the other factions like the Ikaru will be extremely dependable, plus 50. So these guys, when they make a relationship with you, it's basically they will stick with it. And so these are very, very good to have diplomatic relations with. These are careful and extremely dependable. But humans are sort of middle of the road. Again, Boscara are negative 40. They're very, very unreliable. So just you get a bit of a personality feel of the personality from each faction with the way that they sort of then go. Reproduction rate is just how fast the different groups reproduce. Plus 6 and plus 7 is about middle of the road. Above that, you're starting to sort of find that they're growing extremely quickly. The Artuks grow at plus 9. These are rapid, whereas the Dayuts I think are low at plus 4. So that's sort of like the type of extremes that you're going to get. The Wekaris are also, and I'll talk about each of these factions when we get into it, but the Wekaris are also plus 4. They're low. So you do have some that the Tikans should be Tikans should be fairly high at plus 7. Actually, that's fairly average. But yeah, the Artuks are the most rapid in terms of their of their reproduction rates. The Boscara are up there as well. They're also plus 8. So the Boscara is like a typical. They are the typical bug faction. The insectoids that hive mind. Like they're extremely reckless and reproducing everywhere, just taking over the whole galaxy. Gizareans are also extremely rapid as well. So there we go. So you'll often find in your games that once the Gizareans start to grow, they grow extremely quickly. So the Gizareans often will dominate games if they're allowed to grow. So just be aware of that. Humans. Okay, so back to here again. So we've got the migration tendency. This is actually how likely they are for their population. This actually does affect everyone's, but how likely they are to go off and go to different colonies and actually sort of not create colonies, but move around and even sort of go to other empires and end up being part of their empires. So you've got some that are like extremely adventurous. Again, if you have a look at the Boscara, they're just neutral. The Artuks are nomadic roamers. These are plus 50%. Then you've got other things like the Dayuts are minus 10. They're still considered neutral. Wekaris are at the other end of the extreme. These are negative 30. These are settled. They don't move off much from their home worlds. And again, this plays out in how much they move around. in terms of going and settling on like if you end up with a treaty where you can where you can actually have your citizens move around between the different empires. These guys will still pretty much stick at home, whereas the humans will tend to sort of go off to these other worlds and sort of end up basically all over the place, but not as much as the as we said before, the Artooks, which are just crazy, like they just go everywhere. So then finally we've got the assimilation rate. This is actually if you take over a world that is human. Humans are sort of like middle of the road. They're fairly adaptable, which means that they will sort of assimilate into, like if a human world is taken over, either peacefully or look, I guess the assimilation rate is more if it's taken over through conquest. If it's through conquest, it's going to take a bit of time for those to assimilate. The Boscara are -40. These are completely resistant to assimilation, so it takes a lot to assimilate a bug faction. So you're getting a bit of a feel, just even with this, like if you're taking over an insectoid world, is it worth keeping the Boscarans around? Or do you sort of exterminate them? It's that sort of are they just insects to you, or are they sentient? It's sort of one of those sorts of things where different choices have to be made as you sort of are playing the game. So that's the personality aspect of the game, and this is actually plays a bearing, particularly with the AI factions, like when the AI is playing, how they will sort of typically play. So typically, if you have Boscara next to you, you are going to be at war, usually, unless you're another bug faction. If you're an insectoid faction, they may become more friendly to you. But yes, they very much, and they'll just wildly go to war. So just be aware of that they can be quite a handful if they're next to you. And they really can be, because they can be extremely powerful. We'll have a look at each one of these in more detail as we go through. So that's what the personality is. I won't talk much about the personality other than to just quickly go through it when we talk about each faction. I mean, we've now talked about the humans, I guess, just comparing it to different groups. The colonization suitability, this is really the worlds that they like. And so I won't go through too much detail about what this is, but the humans like continental worlds, forest worlds, and grasslands. We'll talk about those when we get into it. Now, the bonuses, these can be fairly important. This will give you a much better feel for the flavour of the actual faction that we're going to be talking about. So they all have their own different bonuses as we sort of have a look through. They've got their colonization suitability. They'll have different sorts of bonuses back and through here. The Boscara will have a different set of worlds that they either like or dislike. They've got different types of bonuses in through here as well. So the bonuses we'll talk about very, very briefly. I won't spend too much time with that, but it's important to sort of understand a little bit how these actually do work, because again, it will sort of give you guidance as to how to approach the faction. So, and this is, I think, where you can mix and match a little bit by marrying up how you think you may want to play the game, particularly if you're a new player, to try to figure out, okay, do I want to play diplomatically? Do I find someone with higher diplomacy, or do I play with something where we're going to have where we're looking for reducing war weariness and weapons research and things like this, ground attack strength? Are these sorts? Am I wanting to play aggressively, or am I wanting to play a bit more diplomatically? Like these bonuses will then sort of help you with that. You can see through here that the humans, even though they're good at diplomacy, they're also good at espionage. So their spies are a little bit stronger than most other factions. I mean, if you're wanting to play a spy game, then the Daoits may be sort of more your these have got other different bonuses with their spies. Who else is good with spies? I'm trying to think which one. The Xenox, I think, have got bonuses with spies as well. Yeah, espionage and counter-espionage back and through there again as well. But the humans are pretty good. So, so and this is actually, and some of the factions as well, like we'll go to the next little aspect of it, but the humans, when we come through it, have got, you'll notice that there's special features for most of the factions now. These really give flavour to the actual faction itself that you're going to be then having a look at. And we'll have a bit of a look at this as well. I'm not going to spend too much time with these unless they really sort of make something big. But this will often push you I guess in a theme of play for a faction based on the special features that they actually end up having. So we'll actually talk about this one with each of their factions as well. Some of them don't have them yet. The ones, the Teekans, you'll see there's no special. They don't actually have the same aspect of special features, so they don't have it yet. And the other one that doesn't have it is the Harkonish, and these are being worked on at the moment. So these don't have the special features. When they come, they'll be really, really very much more interesting to play because, as I said before, it sort of gives all sorts of other bonuses to the way that you end up playing. So at the moment, these are part of the original game, the Harkonish and the Teekan. And I will start with the original game, then go through the DLC when we're doing this particular session. And so the Harkonish and the Teekans are still being worked on to have their aspects fleshed out with these special features. And then from there, we've just got like starting research, different unique technology that each faction actually then has as well. We often, if you see disallowed tech, usually the reason that things are disallowed is because they've got their own technology that's available to them. So they don't, like for example, the hail cannon will replace the railgun. They don't need the railgun because they've got a better railgun, is in this sort of sense. But we'll talk about that when we go and do every single one of them specifically. Now the victory conditions, what I'm going to do is I'll probably show you this in-game, but this is actually every single faction also has unique victory conditions when you're actually playing. They have preferred government types. You can see through here that even though they've got a lot of allowed government types, the preferred government types for the humans, and we will have a look at this one as we sort of go into each one of them, is democracy and republic. They're the two that are the most preferred of the government types for these, which again means that they're more peaceful and more diplomatic because of that interplay with the governments. Some of them will actually have then additional intelligence missions with what they can then sort of go and do. So this one is the humans have got things where they can try to get other characters to defect. They can destroy facilities and they can inflict colonies with plague. Most of them now have this inflict colony with plague ability for their spies. Now, the other thing I should point out in the game is there's a lot to look at in what the game actually does do, but you can automate anything you don't want to be actually getting too involved in. So we've sort of got those in through there. Now, the most liked races and most disliked races, this is something I really hope that they change soon, is to actually just have a list of all 20 of the factions, including the current faction, and then just list them down. What you'll find is that these are all negatives, and then they go down to negative 70 back through here. So Boscara and Daots are negative 70, negative 50 for Gizarians. Slukan is coming. Not yet, but it'll be probably next year or the year after. I think with DLCs. So Slukans is another bug faction. So you can see there that essentially the humans don't like the bugs, but they do like pretty much the you can see there the Securans are the closest to the humans. These are being built at the moment as well. They'll be in the next DLC. I don't know if it's the next one or the one after, but anyway, the next of the faction DLCs will include the Securans, and these are a pretty cool faction as well. So I'm looking forward to that one sort of coming. But they're also humanoid, so we'll end up with the humanoid factions are the humans, the Securans, and the Kydians. I'm not sure when the Kydians will be built. That was actually my fate. This is like a technology sort of humanoid type faction. And then we have like aquatics, like Actarians and Corminos, which we'll talk about as we get into it. So the Actarians were part of the original game, but this is the most liked and disliked. This should just be one big long list, I think. It'll make more sense to people. And humans would be 0. Like if you don't see it there, then humans are at the top, where they just have a 0 like or dislike ratio with themselves. So essentially they're closest to them. The only faction in the whole game, when we're looking at the most liked factions that actually shows itself in here, is the Mortallons, who don't particularly like the other Mortallan groups. If you sort of scroll down to these and through this other side. And so Mortallons themselves are negative 10 in through here. So they actually, other Mortallan factions, then they will be friendly-ish with, but they don't actually really love talking with them. These are at the moment, these are pretty much the only reptilian faction in the game, and again, these are one of my favourite factions from Distant Worlds 1. You can see there that even with their most disliked, they go to -50, so they don't even go as deep in the dislike as what the humans do. So the humans actually have a -70. If we have a look at the Boscara again, so these have got like these start with 0 for themselves, so they do get on well with other Boscaran factions. Dayot's -20, Gizari and Slukan. These again, all the bug factions are sort of at the top end, but really nearly everything else is -100 or close down to this. This is why we need to see the full list and not just these cut down lists, because humans will be sort of probably like -80 or something like this. So they hate the Akdarians, the Kydians, and the Ikaru in through this other side. This particular faction. So they've all got their, I guess their traditional enemies. You'll sort of find at the bottom of the list. Is sort of so when the game says, do you want to put hostile factions near you, it will look at the interplay between the how much they dislike or like each other, and you can see there that the Boscarans, that's absolute hatred, whereas the other factions, very few of the other factions actually go that deep with their actual hatred of the Boscara. Like even the humans end up only have it as a -70, and so these numbers then play a role in their decision making. Essentially, how it then does work. Okay, let's just go and skip through to the next bit, and so again we'll just go democracy. That'll be okay. You can see there that there's positives and negatives with the different government types. Starting situation, I won't worry too much about this one. This will be, I'll just go normal. This will be, everyone else is pre-warping than what we've actually done through here. So I'll just go and set this one up. Again, if you're wanting to play where you just see what's going to happen with the game, you can actually just go in and give yourself a bonus. Go get a couple of technology levels and just start a little bit larger. I'll just go back to starting back through there as well. There's a lot you can do in this game to set up all sorts of different scenarios. Just go other empires. In this case, what I've done here is I've gone through. I'll just go and close all of these off. But when I set up the game that we're currently playing, I just put all the different factions, one of each of them in there. But I can just go this way, and I can turn off the add new empires. You can actually specifically go in and add an empire next to you. So let's just say I'm playing human, and I'm thinking, well, I want to try the diplomacy. I can go and add another empire in and go, another human faction, for example. So I can say, okay, give me a human faction. They'll be pre-warp as well. They'll be starting. The proximity to me will be nearby. So let's just say that we end up sort of like a bit of a federation. The government, we're democracy. We'll just put them as democracy as well. And we could even have it so that we've actually already met them. So we've got we could even go in with something like where we've got like a restricted trade agreement or something like that, just to sort of start with the actual with the relationship that we actually have with them. We could even go like full blown, well, actually, it's not full blown because there's an aspect beyond this where you can actually create federations in the game. But this is actually, like if we just go with restricted trade agreement, that would sort of be like the starting point really for getting something going with this other group. Victory conditions, I won't sort of talk about that one, and we'll just start the game. It will then sort of go and create the game itself, and so with whatever that faction is, that's the other human faction, we're in contact with them. We won't be able to trade with them with this sort of start. There we go. So we've got our faction is back over through here. We'll just get started. We've come across another human faction. First contact, blah, blah, blah. So we're sort of seeing different things coming back through. Just dismiss that one through there. And Starship constructed, dismiss that one through there as well. And so we're going to start to get like different aspects of democracy. So due to our government type, we gained insight. So the government will then give us, the government that we start with will then give us different bonuses in through here as well. Just go and dismiss that one. So pick the humans in here just to sort of show it. I would always suggest pausing at the start of the game just to get used to what's going on. So you can see there that just because of what we did, we extended space stations research is now completed with that one, and we then have space construction research completed as well. So we end up with sort of better construction yards and better space ports because we chose democracy as the government type for this particular run. So at that start, I don't know if we even get to see where the other faction is. No, but we do have the relationship with them. They will then sort of show up in our diplomacy. So we've got the other group that's sort of in through here as well. And so you can see there they're pleased with us at plus 30. And so there's all sorts of different aspects that then create the interplay between the different factions, which we'll talk about. Anyway, let's go and open up our game. But that's sort of like, there's so many, as I said before, so many different ways of playing the game. You can set up all sorts of different ways, but the factions themselves play a massive role in the approach that you will then sort of find is then sort of is taken with you. So sorry I'm missing so many of the comments here, guys. If you do want to ask me a specific question, what I might get you to do, because I've got a lot to cover in this particular group, what I might get you to do is to actually just do an @DasTactic, and that way it'll sort of highlight in red, and I should then be able to pick up the comments. So if you do actually have a question or something like that you want me to sort of try to address with the game, then yeah, just go @DasTactic, and if I miss it, then do it again. So if I don't sort of talk about it in a, because we may have a bit of time to talk about each actual faction. Let's go back to the game that I actually started, so because I know that I've got one of every faction in that one. So if I go into, back to the main menu. So this is not really, we're not going to be talking much about how intricate the game can get. Again, if you're wanting to sort of see intricacy in the actual gameplay, then yeah, join us on the Wednesdays for the for Worldly Wednesdays, and we'll sort of go into that sort of depth as well. So starting a new game. So we'll just go into loading the game. So the game I'm currently playing is the Wekarus, like on the Wednesdays, but this is going to be one where I've chosen the humans to start here, and we'll just talk a little bit about the humans and what they actually then do bring. So we'll just go and load this one in. And again, so what I've done here is, I've got the humans, and I'll just go to each faction one at a time. We'll just talk about what they bring and what they sort of then go and do. So we've got this one here where we've got our spaceport. We've got our various sort of ships. I don't even think we've got any combat ships in through here as well. What I might just do is I'll talk about the military ships, but let's just talk about the humans themselves. And we've probably done already a bit of a introduction about where the humans sit in the actual game itself. Like you sort of get a sense now that the humans are diplomatic but not pushed around. They're not the easy beats of the galaxy. So they really they have their like they're a good faction, you know, because they are so broad in what they can then go and do. So now what we'll do is we're going to go through the Galactopedia. We're going to roll that one up and go to the alien races. And we'll just go to each one of them. So this is all 20 are in here. So just be aware, and what we'll do is we'll go and do the first 7 that came with the base game, and then we'll go through the DLCs, and then we'll go through the I don't even know if I'll talk about, or maybe just mention, I might just get those out of the way now, the ones that we're not going to be talking about. So there's we've got 13 that are currently in the game and 7 that need to still get into the game. So the ones that are going to be getting into the game over time are the Kydians, back and through here. And so these are highly intelligent humanoids. This really, like, these can still be, there's still going to be independent worlds of Kydians, and so they do actually end up with bonuses. So you can have them in your game at the moment, like through independent colonies, but they're not a playable faction and not an AI faction. They never grow into anything that's massive, and so you do get bonuses with each of these. So Kydians is great at research. Naxilians, these are going to be coming, I think, in the next of the faction DLCs, and so these are towering, fearsome reptiles with intense red eyes. I'm not sure how they're going to make this one work. These ones always were so unthematic for me, I've got to say. The Naxilians, I was surprised that they were the next ones that are coming in with the Securans. I think it's these ones are coming in. Anyway, these are highly aggressive but quite loyal. But you'll see there that the aggression and all this is just turned off for these because these aren't in there yet. These are also reptilians that like sort of ice worlds, which is again a misnomer. That's not really the way it works, but they do have other bonuses as well with infantry, ground attack strength, etc., etc. The Securans will be coming next as well. So these are a highly strikingly attractive green-skinned humanoid race. So these are essentially like very, very diplomatic. So these have got high diplomacy, tourism income. So if you get these in your game and they're part of your empire as you play it, you will get these bonuses from them. So if once they become big enough in the actual game itself, so they'll be coming fairly soon. Is it the Shandar? Maybe the Shandar are coming next. I'm not sure. Is it Sekerans and Shandar? I can't remember the actual group. Or is it I know the Sekerans are definitely coming. I thought it was the Sekerans and Nexilians, but it may be the Shandar. These are another reptilian faction which are coming. These are quite peaceful. So these actually play much more like like a humanoid. These are on volcanic worlds, and they actually are quite happy. So sort of not your typical reptilian, essentially with this particular one. Then we've got Slookans, which I can't wait for these to come. These are like so many of the factions I used to love from the original game. These are short insectoid race with thick brown exoskeleton covering. So the Slookans have many small forearms, enabling to perform multiple actions simultaneously. These are sort of like a smaller bug faction, but again, they're going to these have got engine research. Yeah, so they've got sort of they'll be great when they come. I can't wait for them. I don't know when they're planned to bring the Slookans in, but that's going to be for me a very, very happy day. The Ugnari are sort of like another rodent faction again, a bit like the Tikans, but these are a bit bigger than the actual Tikan faction. And so this one again, trade, targeting, like its ability to target things in combat, sensor research as well. So that's that one through there. And then they're the 7 that will be coming over time. And because it takes so long to build an actual faction in the game now. So that's sort of essentially where we end up with the factions that are due to come now. No, the game is, I think, getting better and better and better. And you can see that with the Steam reviews. And I'm thinking we're going to get more and more and more new players playing the game. So that's why I'm really sort of excited that I think we're going to see all of those factions back in the game, over time. So the game, I think, is already now sort of heading towards that sort of classic style game. Like the original game was an absolute, an incredible game from when it came out. And this game is now hitting those sort of heights as well. Let's go and talk about the humans. We'll just go and get started here and just do a deep dive into the actual humans. I won't do all of the blurb at the top there, but by all means you can sort of read through that one. We've covered their personality, so we won't cover that one again. Continental worlds, forest worlds, grassland worlds, as you'd expect playing as the humans. The aspects of the bonuses. When you see all research, this is major. It's one of these things where you think, okay, we just get a little bit of a boost along to the speed that we research. And yes, and that's true. But it also opens up research for us to get a boost along to then go and grab other research as well. And I can show you that if we go into these different areas. So if we have a look at this one here, for example, there's certain areas that have got like a grid through them. These require extra things other than just the ability to go and research them. And I'm starting at tech level 2 here, just so we've got access to different ships and things to talk about. The Keterovs. Actually, I didn't mention. I did actually skip over the Keterovs. The Keterovs are a dog faction, like a sort of like a canine faction in the game. So they're actually. So they're actually another one. And so, Beoff saying you missed my favourite race to come. Yeah, the Keterovs. For me, they're not my favourite, but I did actually skip over them. Sorry, that's a different faction again as well. So there's another one. I will go back when we get out of this one. The best spies in the universe. Anyway, so this one through here, you'll often sort of find that there's extra requirements. And you'll see that pretty close to the top there in the green. It says, or green or yellow, extra requirements. So research thresholds, 20% weapons research, bonus from all sources. We have 10%. And so we're getting 10% from all research. So we're already halfway there. We just have to find other ways to get there. Now, that's so much easier if you've got the all research ability. We've got 5% because we're humans, but we also have another 5% because we're playing as a democracy. So we end up with a bit of a boost along in terms of research with that. So that's really something. You can see there's a lot of stuff closed off when we have a look at extra requirements requiring extra. So if we can find specific weapons research as well to boost particular areas of the tech tree, but the all research really is applied across the board. It's massive. So if you have a positive with the all research, that's going to really help you in the game. If you have a negative, it's going to hinder you, and you will have to use aggression to overcome the lack of the finesse you're going to find with the actual with the weaponry available to you, or with the research. You can see there's a lot of stuff that starts to become closed off because of the extra requirements, no matter what it actually is. So all research, very, very important. Now diplomacy, back in through here. Again, they're more diplomatic. We spoke about them before. War weariness reduction. Now this is because they're sort of that hybrid between being peaceful and aggressive. These actually can stay at war for longer than typical with this war weariness reduction. What happens is the longer you stay at war, you end up getting a essentially you end up with a war weariness, which then impacts the happiness of your colonies, and then the happiness affects the money that you earn. So essentially, happiness equals money in a very, very sort of amorphous sort of way, and war weariness affects the happiness. So war weariness is not something you want to have as you're at war. So the longer you're at war, the more you have to then sort of worry about that. So humans are pretty good with what they get through there. Espionage, as we said before, their spies are good, and then their trade income. Now the special features, so you can see through here that we end up with extra bonuses depending on what we do. Now, I'm not going to spend a hell of a lot of time with this one. When you sign a free trade agreement or build a new resort base, obtain a 2-year boost to trade and tourism income throughout your empire. This pushes us into wanting to play a trade game because we get this bonus by just being as the humans. Hero of the hour, when war is declared on you, choose either a new admiral or new general with 2 positive traits. And so this is something that where we can then go and make get someone very specifically that can come in as not if we declare the war, but if war is declared on us, then that can be something that we end up getting. And again, these sorts of things really do flesh out the personality of the game. Internal debate. So when you sign a new defence treaty, obtain a capable new ambassador, but also a 2-year decrease in colony happiness throughout your empire. And so these are you can see there that dichotomy of like with a defence treaty, we end up with a new ambassador, which can then go off and do different things, but also the 2 years decrease to colony happiness means that everything settles down a little bit. Where there's a bit of almost like xenophobia within the actual population, even though this is where the humans are they sort of stretch from both sides. And so the actual, for 2 years, the colonies themselves will be a little bit against them. Any button to start is saying, do you recommend a vanilla playthrough before scoping the DLC? Yeah, look, I think so. It's sort of, I think that when you first start it, you'll probably end up playing the game and being frustrated, to be honest. So there'll be a degree of frustration when you first start, because you're probably used to other Space 4Xs where you've got to quickly try to expand as fast as you can. You've got to explore as fast as you can, and then you've got to, it plays like a board game. You don't play Distant Worlds that way. Expansion is something that you do want to do, but you do it slowly because you need to be able to afford it. And so you've got to think of Distant Worlds when you play it as first and foremost, it's a simulation, and you happen to be playing a small part of that simulation. So essentially, you can turn on or off anything in the game, like in terms of automation. It's the most automatic type game that you'll ever play, where like by default most things are either turned on to the AI looking after it for you, or it's going to suggest things to you. So you then start to pick and choose as you get used to the game. You start to pick and choose. I like doing this, so I'm going to turn that one on manual so I can actually look after that aspect. So and people will play different things. Like, for example, I love ship designs. I love the fleets, and so I tend to just turn the fleets off to manual, but leave most things on automatic, and then I just step in when I see something that I need to address. So it's a very good mix, but if you go into it with the mindset of I need to expand as fast as possible, the game will you'll be very frustrated. I can tell you that right now. This is sort of, I think, why the game doesn't have like rave reviews, is because people come into it with like a lot of people I think come into it with the mindset that they're playing games like Stellaris, where you've got to, the expansion is very important, or Galactic Civilizations. In those games, they play more like a board game, so they're not actually really. They're not typically, a Distant Worlds game is really a simulation first, and then you are just playing a small part of that big simulation, so, which is I find it's very different than most other games. So any button to start saying good news. I'm bad at 4X games because I'm usually slow. Well, this slow is it really doesn't impact the game much, but you do need to still build up certain aspects of the game, particularly if you've got like dangerous factions around you. But again, you can choose your start to sort of make sense of things. Anyway, let's continue on. Heightened security. When a foreign intelligence mission against you succeeds but is detected, you may choose to suspend a spy to gain a 2-year boost to counter espionage, along with a decrease of colony happiness throughout your empire. So again, we can start to close the gates if we need to. New worlds. When you colonize or conquer a continental planet, obtain a free random colonization tech advance in through there as well. So this one does push the humans to expand. So this is one where we do get a bonus for expansion. So finding continental planets is going to be good for the humans in this sort of case. Okay, then we have other bonuses like large carriers. So all carrier ships have plus 50 size. So we end up with with the ability to put more on the carriers than other factions. So as playing as a human, what this means is we can end up with more fighters with what we're actually then going to be doing. Now carriers are more of a late game tech. So yeah, don't expect them at the start of the game. They're going to be sort of like further down the tech tree. In fact, I'll show you where they are, just so you sort of get a bit of a feel for what's going on. In the tech tree, there's all sorts of different categories. You've got like your weapons at the top. Reactors, shields, hyperspace tech, like jumping through different things. Engines, these are your impulse engines. The fighters and assault pods back and through this other side as well. Then we've got armor and damage control. The next thing down is construction, which is all your ships. And so what I've done is I've turned on the first 2 tech levels, so I can sort of show destroyers if I need to. But further on than that, we then have multi-role starships that come back down this way. And then finally, way over here, we have dedicated carriers. So these are a long way off. This is just a light carrier to start with. So we end up with these guys, and then we end up with fleet carriers, and then mega carriers, and and so on and so forth. So there's a lot in the tech tree to expand. Like the game is quite deep. It goes a long way. I very rarely play beyond some of these earlier carrier types when I'm playing the game, and then I'll start again, because I do quite like the starts of the games, to be honest. If I'm being perfectly honest about the game, it's sort of one of those things where most other people will try to play the game to fruition, but I'm like that with most games. I tend to play a lot of the game, but for shortish periods for each actual game. But the game I'm currently playing at the moment is really quite engaging, so I'll probably be playing that one for quite some time, I think. So any button to start saying, as a big Dwarf Fortress fan, the simulation aspect definitely appeals to me. Yes, it's incredible, the way the simulation does work. And what you'll notice also in the tech tree, we'll get to that in just a minute actually, I'll just the research, but so the carriers will kick in later on. Then we have starting research, so even if we started off pre-warp, we will end up getting missiles, kinetic weapons, ground combat, starship maneuvering, and basic recreation systems. So again, as a human player, you're getting some aggressive stuff here at the start, so you can play aggressively as a human. The humans are a very broad faction to play, so they're an interesting choice to play. They may even be too broad as a first faction, because they're not really honed into one particular style of play. You really do have a lot of scope to play whichever way you want to actually go there. Then they have their own human tech. So they've got the super projectile gun, the hail cannon, the bulwark missile battery, the command module for the fighters, and then the foundation for galactic cooperation, which I don't even know where that is in the tech tree, to be honest. Some of these have just been added in when they sort of fleshed out the humans. If we go and have a look, I'm guessing that will be down the bottom of the tech tree. I'll just zoom it down. And so when you've got, this is all the diplomacy that you sort of see through here. As you come across different factions, you can then sort of start to do diplomacy to try to make things then sort of work with them. So if we, here we go. So this is a human-only trait down through here in tech level 3. And so the foundation for galactic cooperation. So in this case, we need to have 20% high-tech research with the extra requirements, and we don't have quite enough for that one just yet. You can only build one in the galaxy, and this one will then, you can see the bonuses there. It sort of really is for spying. So we've got diplomacy, espionage, psyops, concealment, and trade as well. So maybe it's a bit of like diplomacy / spying in through there as well. So the humans are not typically, they're not your squeaky clean faction that you see from a lot of other games. They really are. They can be played all sorts of different ways, really, in through here. So that's actually that's a unique tech, and you'll see that there'll be a face next to text that are unique. So if we go back up the top, where we've got different things, like for example, there's a area missile defense. This is actually something that only the humans can go and get, and so that's a human-only tech in through there. To get that one there, the Bulwark missile batteries, these then means we can't get this interceptor missiles here. So we end up with better missiles for point defense by getting this one, but at the expense of not being able to just get the stock standard that comes with the game. So we'll find that there'll be a lot of those things. I won't go through into too much detail on this. It makes a real lot of sense. There are things, for example, like these guys, they get the rail guns as well, where they have better rail guns, which are fast turrets down through this other side. Again, they've got hail cannons down through this other side with the these are essentially a rail gun, a close in rail gun, which will be better than the typical rail gun down through here. So the human version of this will be better, but railguns again, and I won't go through what the differences are with the particular weapons. But in this case, the humans are they can do a lot of broad things, but the railguns are a feature of what they end up getting with what they actually end up having. Let's not spend too much time with the humans. We'll just get out of that one. Anyway, that's a bit of a deep dive into what they do. There's also things like the one thing we didn't actually talk about is the actual default infantry. This will give you a bit of a feel for how they will perform defensively, like with their actual troops on the actual on the worlds themselves. So an attack and defense aspect to the actual troops. Humans are middle of the road. There are, like if you have a look at Mortlans, the Mortlans, if we sort of scroll down to their actual infantry, like they've got an attack of 140 and defense of 210, whereas the humans were an attack of 120 and a defense of 180. So a fair bit different. Like so to go up against like 1-for-1 against a reptilian is going to be difficult for a human. Like you need to end up taking more with you to go through there. Okay, so we've got the so and then we've just got what they like and what they dislike. But I won't spend too much time with them. The one thing that we might have a look at is I was thinking of just showing what a frigate looks like in terms of of what they have. And I was going to design the ship, but I'm thinking I won't have time for that. So I'm just going to go into the if I don't see a frigate there, which I don't think there's any military ships. No, we don't have any military ships. So what I'll do is I'll just go and spawn one. And then we'll just have a look, because often frigates I think are the epitome of what a faction is going to be able to do with a ship. So if we just go in and hopefully we can just do it this way. If I go to the game menu, go to the game editor, and we're just going to spawn. So we are the human star alignment, and these are all the different ships we have now. Of course, I should have just go and check and see what we've got, what the name of the frigate actually is, so I can actually go and grab that one. So our frigate is just a standard old frigate, the Minotaur. So bring a Minotaur in, and then we can just have a bit of a look at it. Okay, menu, game editor. Minotaur, there it is. Right, so it just sort of popped off to the side there. Right, so this is the AI built frigate for the actual humans, and so we can sort of have a bit of a look at the actual ship itself, and so this is actually. It's always worth, I think, having a look at the frigates, because the frigates will show you what they're good at and what they're not good at. Essentially, the escorts are too smallish really to make a real lot of, like, you can't see the real differences with them. But in this case, the frigates have got weaknesses. Once you start to get destroyers in, the destroyers will then sort of start to cover some of those weaknesses typically. But if we look at the frigates, we'll sort of get a bit of a feel for what we can actually do with these. If I go and select the actual frigate design, this is the actual frigate itself, and we'll see different things. For example, like this one here, actually maybe I should have gone into the actual design, because this one's got another hard point there, which we're not actually seeing. Yeah, I'll actually won't do it this way. I will go back this way. Go to the Minotaur. And we'll just go and edit this design. Now we can't save this design from here, but you can see there's a couple of it's got a couple of weapon mounts on each side, and so this one's interesting because the humans have got like a good coverage from their fields of fire, so they've got like a weapon through here, and so this one they can have a large weapon at the front. Then they've got like two smallish mounts on the side there, and then they've got a medium at the back. That can also then be used. So they can, if they can sort of squeeze things onto it, they can get pretty much complete coverage of their actual ships. So they can sort of they can fire all the way around with different types of weaponry. So I won't go through the different weapons that are in here. In this case, they have used one of the human rail guns at the front of the ship. So the front of this ship has got the hail cannon. It's then also just got like a bulwark missile battery back into here for point defense is sort of what it's using. Again, two human-only techs with what it does do. But I find that the analysing the frigates for how the layout of the actual weapons is a good thing to do. By the time we get to the destroyers, if I go to the Trident and edit this one, you'll often find that these ships will then actually, you see this one is actually still doesn't have, it's got like extra mounts in through here. This is a much bigger ship. We've got extra abilities with like in this case to put missiles on it, another hail cannon at the top there. Bulwark missile. Now, the bulwark missile is a point defense system that tracks, so it doesn't have to be facing any particular way. So it's a good choice for the humans to actually sort of use that one. But in this case, we're sort of seeing the destroyers will often start to cover the weaknesses of the frigates, but the frigates are usually what you're going to be using fairly early in the game, a lot. So anyway, let's just go and leave that one there. I'll just cancel that one. Get rid of that one there. So that's the typical sort of, I guess, the human approach. I hope we've done sort of enough with that one through there. I know I do have to go through and really just go through all of these factions, so we're going to have to sort of rattle through. So let's go now and play as the Boscarans. So I won't go through alphabetically. I'll go through what I think people will choose to play. So if you just go into load game, game editor, just go back at the top. And we'll go to the Boscaran Convergence, and we'll just go and play as the Boscarans. So these are a hive mind, in this case, the one that we're sort of playing through here. They've got improved logistics, long-range sensors is what they get by playing as the hive mind. So typically the Boscarans will actually have this one through here. An infantry force is also available on your homeworld. So this is where each government type brings in its own bonus. So these have been fleshed out in the game as well, which is really, really quite cool. Personally, I don't think that long-range sensors should be part of the hive mind. But as you'll sort of see with the Boscarans, if they don't start with long-range sensors, they'll pretty much never get them unless they can steal them. Yeah, welcome guys. I'm sort of going to have to just keep on rolling through, but just do an @DasTactic if you do want to grab my attention. So I can see people coming in and saying hi, but I'll just keep on sort of skipping through. So we'll dismiss that one, and I'll just pause the game again. So in this case, we've got like I'll just go back to where the Boscarans actually are. So that was sort of where we left the game. They're over here in the galaxy. So the Boscarans are more organic with what they actually end up having. Is this their homeworld? So often these ones are starting with combat ships. So we've got a combat ship in through there. This is a troop transport, for example. I'll just see if we've got other combat ships. Yeah, we've got a few of them actually. We've got escorts. Sorry, no, these are... just go to frigates, see if we've got any frigates here. We've got a couple of frigates. Just go to that one there. Where is it? All right, so we've got an escort down in this particular. This is a frigate in through this other side, in through here. So with the so this is what the Boscaran sort of ships look like. I'll just move that one across. Actually, where are we? Sorry, it's not wanting to play. Yeah, I'll just get it so we end up with something that's going to look a bit more. That's one of their mining stations back on the other side there. So the Boscaran ships look very, very different to the human ships, as you can sort of see with the overall approach that they actually have. We'll have a look at the actual Boscarans, what they get to do. I might just show you the ship while we're here, just so you can sort of see the difference between that and the human ship as an example. So if I go into the actual frigate, just the base frigate itself, as I say, this is a good thing to have a look at, just to sort of get a feel for what the ship can actually put onto it. So if we just go and edit this one in through this other side again, I can't save this because it's an existing. Actually, this one I may be able to save. But see how all of their firepower faces forward, like everything faces the front. So the Boscarans are just full on aggression with what they actually have with their actual ship design. Like it's they don't care about anything really other than attack. And you'll notice that they've got a lot more weaponry that they can squeeze onto their ships. So it's all about firepower. In this case, this ship design isn't using up all of that firepower, but they're using like Firestorm torpedoes back in through here. They've got plasma blasters. These are Boscaran weapons, but it's all facing the front. Now, if you're fighting against the Boscarans, that's their biggest weakness as well, is that they can't protect themselves easily from attacks from behind. And so typically fast-moving fighters and bombers will be able to get in behind the ships and will blow them apart. So because they've got no defense against that. So that's the big weakness of the actual ships, but the big strength is that they can bring a lot of weaponry in for their actual attacks, and so that's sort of what they typically do. Let's just go and cancel that one. Their destroyers are better. Like if we have a look at the Ranchi in this case, and just go and have a look at it, they have one weapon mount at the top there, which can actually look 360 degrees. So the destroyers are much better than their frigates. Once you start to see Boscarans with destroyers, then you've got a much more balanced ship coming in, and these have to be your target if you're fighting them, because they typically can protect themselves, whereas anything smaller than a destroyer just can't do it. These have got you can see that there's no ability for them to actually add in fighter craft. Like even their destroyers can't actually add in fighter bays. Typically other factions can, but not for the Boscaran. So this is the lucky bug faction. But once you get to destroyers with the Boscarans, then you're in trouble if you're fighting them. If you're playing as them, then you start to get more balance with what you can then do, and you start to then push more destroyers into your fleets because of the balance that they actually do bring in. Let's go back and have a look at the actual Boscarans themselves, which is going to cancel. We're now looking at the aggressive, the extreme looking at aggression in the game. So just go and cancel this one. So if you like playing that way, then the Boscarans are a very, very cool choice. If we go and have a look and typically, if we have a look at what they do, we're not like it's too early. Like, literally only just sort of started the game, so we're not sort of seeing too much aggression or anything like that going on with the different other factions in the game at this point in time. But that will then chop and change. If we go to the Galactopedia here and go to their what they have having through this other side. Again, we spoke about this at the start. Very aggressive, very reckless, very unreliable. But they do breed rapidly, so they're going to be their worlds are going to fill up. So this is one that you can actually use fairly expansively. to sort of expand into other worlds. Then you can see that they like volcanic worlds really are sort of where they are best, and so and there's a lot of volcanic worlds in the game. So you typically be able to sort of expand with your Boscarans. You just got to be able to protect those worlds because people will be trying to get rid of you, because you are so aggressive. Their bonuses really come down to weapons again, war weariness reduction, which is massive. This just means they can stay in wars for a long period of time. If you end up at war with the Boscarans, you have to really punish them because they're not going to. You can't wait them out; they'll wait you out. So the pickle is saying, is there a ship that has boarding bypass that you can steal for your ships? Is there a ship that has a boarding boarding partis? I'm not sure what your partis is, but all factions can put on assault pods onto their ships if they're wanting to be able to then go and do boarding actions to then go and steal ships. So every faction can do it. Some factions are better at it than other factions, though. So so there's certain factions that actually get bonuses in that regard, which we'll get to as we come through to it. Like the Ikaru, for example, have got like a special. They're the primate sort of faction, and they tend to be able to. They've got a special way of boarding ships. There's all sorts of different ways of doing that one. Thanks Korosami for answering that one. That's cool. Yeah, the Gizarians as well. When we get to the Gizarians, that's actually a big feature of how you play as the Gizarians. So in this case, so we're talking really about weaponry and aggression here. Now their special features are really, really quite interesting, and I really like this. This has only just come in very, very recently for the Boscarans. So the special features: poor damage control. All ships and base hulls have a negative 10% damage reduction, increasing damage that penetrates shields and armor. So when people start to knock out the Boscaran ships, their ships are brittle and they're not very well built. So what this does, if you're playing as the Boscarans, it forces you to play as a swarm, where you end up with probably more ships in your fleets than other factions because of this problem where you end up taking a little bit more damage when you do get hit once it goes past the shields and armor. So it's okay until it gets there, but very typically that will sort of happen very quickly in terms of the actual penetration you will get through to the penetration into the actual hull itself fairly quickly, and this then takes even more damage, which is really cool. I've got to say, it's sort of one of those things where it's a big negative playing as them, but it's fun because it does make you like you're on edge a little bit with your ships because you need to have a lot more ships to cover that. Well, not a lot more, but some of them. The next one is Warspawn. Option to obtain a new strong Warspawn Admiral or General. When you declare war against another faction, but the cost of greatly reduced relations with all the other factions. Without a non-aggression pact or defence treaty, having a Warspawn character also enables the Warspawning feature will not occur if you already have a Warspawn character. So, and I'll do that in this game. I'll show you how this actually does impact things, because this is a big feature of the game, but it's probably more of a negative than a positive, to be honest. So it's sort of one of these things, but you've got the choice of whether you take it on. Personally, I hope that they do more with this and tweak it a bit, because I don't think it's really quite balanced properly yet. Underlords, so discover an additional resource when establishing a new volcanic colony back into here. So again, these will then, when they do settle a volcanic colony, which is of course what they like to settle, they will find extra resources there. We reign supreme. When you conquer another empire's homeworld, you get plus 20% empire happiness for 10 years. So again, pushing you to conquer is really what the Boscarans are all about. Crazed cannibalism. When not at war, one of your Boscaran colonies may periodically engage in a hyper-aggressive frenzy of cannibalism, losing about 10% of its population. So again, it wants to stay at war the whole time. Total war. When not at war, the player can mobilise any colony towards war production for 2 years. During this time, the colony will have plus 50% ship construction speed and plus 50% troop recruitment rate. However, the colony will also take 5 damage per year. So what this one does, the planets can take damage, whether it be through bombardment or through this sort of strip mining that they're going to do with the Total War here, to actually cause damage, which you can then slowly sort of fix up again afterwards. And that damage, for some planets, it's not going to matter much, but it will change the suitability of planets. So if you're close to a planet, if you've got a planet where you don't have a high suitability, you may not be able to afford to do that. But in this case, you can actually sort of go and do it. So you can mobilize your colonies. And war spawning, when a war spawn character exists in the Empire, so a player can initiate war spawning at any colony with over 1 billion Boscara. This will immediately convert 10% of the colony's population to 10 new infantry troop units at no cost. And so the core linked, we end up with then different unique bonuses for the actual Boscara, which I won't talk about those as so much in those ones in through there. But this war spawning is really quite interesting. Like if we have a look at it. I'm looking at what's happening through this other side where we've got the diplomacy. So let's have a look at this one. We've got typically a displeased at -19, -17. The Artooks are -4, 15, 12, etc. So we're sort of looking at what people think of us just natively. If we go and declare war, like if we go and, for example, declare war against the humans. So if I go into the humans, I go and speak with them, and I then go to offer treaties, I think it is, and we declare war on you. So if there is insufficient justification for this war, we will suffer a negative reputation impact by declaring war now. So our reputation is going to tank because of the war. So this is actually, we've now gone into the actual war. They've become angry with us now at -39. Let's just say goodbye. And at that point, we can now sort of see that they're -39. If I unpause the game slightly, we'll then get an event that will then kick back in. I'll just get rid of that overseer. So they're now moving off. And so we've accepted a war mission. So research, when you're at war, this is actually now a feature of the game. There's different things where it will ask you to do different tasks. It might be to defend something or to attack something or do something like this. In this case, it's saying, as part of the war missions, let's go and do that. I'll just accept it for now. But what we'll find is that as we've now got the war hive is now getting ready. So this is actually this is back at our home world. So we actually now have this aspect. So the population growth has now gone to 50% extra because we declared war. We should also then find, if we go back to the home world, which is back over here. So this is eco set in through this other side. We started off with 1 there anyway. Let's just keep it there for now. Just unpause. We should be given the in a few turns. Here we go. So we now actually have, this is the war spawn aspect of the Boscara. So our recent war declaration provides us with an opportunity to assign a war spawn to lead our war. If we choose this, a new admiral or general. Now, one thing I would hope that they change is that you can choose which one you want. Typically, an admiral is useful and a general is not. Generals are okay, but in limited sense. But you're always fighting with fleets. So an admiral is definitely what we would be wanting. But having a war spawn character in our empire will then also mean that we can do other things as well. So even if it's only a general, we can still do other things. Additionally, having a war spawn in an empire allows you to implement war spawning, where you can periodically convert 10%. Now, we've got 3 billion population here, so I'll show you this in action. So this is where the game pushes you into different areas. But let's go and assign a war spawn. And so I'll just pause again. So a new general unfortunately appeared, but so we have a new general that has appeared on our home world. We'll just go and dismiss this message. And so on Escajet, if we go back to our characters, and what we'll see these numbers, because we've introduced a war spawn character, everyone hates us. So if you're playing as a Boscara and you do go this war spawn route, just be aware that you are then going to be really suffering the ire of anyone that's close to you, unless you actually have a relationship with them. So everyone ends up completely hating us because, not so much because we declared war, but because we brought a war spawn. We're in now full-blown war expansion mode. So we're now a major threat to the galaxy. If we have a look at the actual characters. as an example. There's the general that we just got. So, and this will then come in with all sorts of different abilities with the war spawn in through this other side and through here. So it enables war spawning at colonies, converts some population to infantry troops, and so we then have the ability to then go and start to convert the population on the actual world itself to more. I'll just see if it actually does, if it offers it to us. I'm not sure if it does, or if we have to then sort of trigger it a certain way. I'll just let it go forward a little bit of time. We may have to do it ourselves. I'm not sure if it's a facility. Yeah, so we've got the armor barracks. Not sure where it actually is. Military bastion. I'm not sure where it actually kicks in. It should offer it to us, I think. Yeah, no, we can't build anything there. Here we go. Here we go. Oh no, that's yeah, it's wanting to do the different things in through there. I'll just say I'll just build all of these. Sorry, I'm not going to get too tied up in all this, but the normally this wouldn't be done right at the very start of the game, but it should still kick in for us. Unless he has to do it. Again, I haven't really played with this one much, to be honest. We go back to the general. Yeah, there's nothing he can do there. So you can see he's actually now picking up all sorts of skills immediately. But I thought, I'm not sure how we actually do it, to be honest. I'm sorry, guys. I would have liked to have shown how we can then sort of very quickly get a whole lot of troops. So it's a two-edged sword, that particular one, for the Boscara. But you get a feel, the Boscarans are a difficult faction. Now I'm going to have to start to sort of rattle on a little bit with some of these other ones that we then go and do. Let's go now to another faction. So we've now got that one done a little bit. We'll just go and go to the game menu, the game editor, and we'll choose the Actarians now. So we'll sort of start at the top. So these are all original factions. You don't have to. You can play with the first 7 humans. The Boscara, the Actarians are in here as well. Let's just go across to them. And so in this case, I'll just pause. So a new president has appeared there, and we have Boscaran, declare war on the humans, because I've set it up so that we've actually met everyone. So in this case, the Actarians are in the middle of the map. They're starting in this game with a couple of colonies, and so the Actarians are again a very cool faction to play. These are aquatics, and so they'll typically sort of start at an ocean world. And so this is a continental world, but it does have oceans on it, of course. Actually, is that their home world? No, this is it here. So we're now looking at an ocean planet here is what we're sort of seeing through this other side. Now, in this case, because they're not an aggressive faction, I don't think we've got any. If you do have some combat ships, they're actually building the combat ships, a frigate and a troop transport at this point in time. So the AI is just building this for us. You can, if you're playing a game, you can decide to switch over to another faction just by doing what I'm doing here, just in the game editor. Just go and pick something else up. And so this is the Actarians with what they actually end up having. Let's go and have a look at, first of all, I think at their, I might just do where we have a look at their ships first, or their frigates first. So this is interesting because the Actarians have got the ability to have good fighter craft. So these are actually very good at what they can then do with fighters. So if we go and have a look at the ship designs and go to just the standard old frigate, and if we just go and I'll do an upgrade so we can sort of play with with what the ship actually does have. And so these, you'll notice the frigates, this is the only faction in the game where there's actually an ability for them to actually load in hangar bay. So they can actually put in up to a size 50 hangar bay. Typically the hangar bays at the start won't be that high. Actually, we can put a medium. We can either put a small or we can actually throw a medium on this one. What this one allows you to do, let's just say you're playing against the Boscara and you're playing as the Actarians, you can create mini fleets of just lowly old frigates with medium starfighter bays. You might sort of like put together, say, 4 of them. which will give you the equivalent of a small carrier, essentially with the actual thing. And so if I was going to be building this one, I'd be probably starting there and sort of throwing the medium starfighter bay in there. That's going to make the size, way too big. Get rid of the torpedo, get rid of the Thuon beam. If you are playing with a ship like this where you're trying to build like a mini carrier, this is actually one of the big benefits of playing as the Actarians, is the ability to be able to come back in. Now, some of the groups always start with 2 shields. I would always get rid of the 2 shields and put in at least 1 armor, and just do that way. Just because I don't know, I wish it wouldn't do that. I wish the game would actually balance the armor and the shields. But it's for a lot of the aquatics, they end up just going with double shields at the expense of armor. But if you have anything that goes through shields, you're in a lot of trouble. So I always find it better just to throw the armor in. You can see there we're now under size anyway. And then really what you want to be then doing is getting the longest range weapon that you can possibly get for the ship. So you need point defense, but typically I'll just go and grab a missile weapon. So actually I wish this was also the default for the game, as latest per category and family, and then sorting by the actual types. So if we have a look down through here, we've now got the missiles, so concussion missiles, lightning missiles, lance missiles. But I want to get something fairly small in this case. So just a concussion missile here. You'll see its range is 2340. 2340 there. The lightning missile is only 1900. So the concussion missile at size 19 is going to be fine. I can just throw that into any of the slots anywhere, really. So I can throw that one into there. And so what that then does is it gives me the length of range for the ship. So I've got 2340, which means that we're going to be, if we rely on that as how far away we want to be from other combat ships, that sort of puts us at the edge of the battle, not in the middle of the battle. So this is the longest range we can get by going into with a missile. And then what we do is we change how our ships react, and we always go to cautious. Cautious means stay at the longest range of any of the weapons on your ship. That's essentially what that means. So to set up very simply to set up a mini carrier, I'll just call it that, just with a basic frigate hull, which you get early game, it allows you then to go in with, you'll still need other ships to go and fight, but with the Actarians, you have the ability here to be able to throw in these not the mediums. At the start, you'll only have the small starfighter bay will probably be the first one that you can get hold of. But even so, it gives you the ability to be able to bring fighter craft into combat, and by setting these to cautious, it means that you keep you keep your range. And also what it would then do is, as soon as it starts to take damage, so I tend to go shields below 20 and 50 typically, but I would even go that one for these ships. Just get them to run away as soon as they start to take damage. So that way they can at least get into the fight, drop their fighter craft, hover on the edges, and then see what happens. Now, we saw with the Boscaran ships that all of their weapon mounts are only facing the front. If you're the Actarians playing against the Boscarans, having these sorts of ships can actually do a lot of damage, as long as you've got other ships to soak up the damage a little bit. But they can do a lot of damage with their fighter craft and bombers against the Boscaran ships until they start to get destroyers. You can see through here the Actarian ships are also are very well balanced in terms of the what they have. So even just their basic frigates, we've got like a 360 mount at the top, which means we can put point defense there. I always look for this for point defense. So even the frigates are balanced for the Actarians. This is well and truly one of my favourite factions to play because of the way that you can actually then sort of play with their actual ship designs. You've got a 270 degree field of fire there as well, which is actually fairly good. These are only 180s, but they still sort of face the front typically, a little bit off to the side, but not much. So you got a really good balance with the actual Actarian frigates, and I like to look at the frigates because, as I said before, this is actually really where you start to see the specialisation coming into the overall approach for the faction. Okay, so let's get out of the ship design. We'll just go and just save and exit. Why not? So you certainly can you can build up, to do different things with those sorts of ships, particularly if you're fighting the Boscarans, because the Boscarans have got no They've got nothing they can do about ships that get in behind them, and fighter craft and bomber craft, that's what they do go and do. So we'll just go back out and talk about the actual Actarians themselves. So, alien races, Actarians. So these are highly industrious, semi-aquatic marine mammals. So they're not fully like deep ocean worlds. They're ocean worlds, continental worlds, etc. You can see there that they're neutral. They're not. Their aggression is actually, they're not aggressive. They are very careful. So again, they don't go into decisions recklessly. Their dependability is neutral. +5 is still fairly dependable. So they will break treaties, but not wildly, not like the Boscarans. Reproduction rate is human-like, middle of the road. Migration tendency, they don't really care either way. And assimilation, they're sort of a bit like the humans in that sense. They do like ocean and deep ocean worlds. Continental worlds, most things can settle on a continental world because it's a bit of everything. So that's why we saw that other world there was actually a one that was sort of set up that way. The in this case, you can see there again, these have got the +5% all research, which is great. It means that you're going to be doing a lot of sort of tech stuff with these sorts of factions. Construction research, they've got another big bonus with construction, which pushes them, once you've actually got anything in the construction range of ships and stuff like that, plus the all research and anything that had a threshold of 20%, it's already bang, it's done. It's sort of, you already got it straight away. It's got ship maintenance savings as well, ship construction speed. So you can see there, this is all about ship design, ship construction. The starting research they get is early beam weapons, torpedoes, ground combat, and starship maneuvering. The Actarian techs, they end up with a super laser, the large starfighter base. So again, starfighters. We're talking about getting hangars on ships, and these guys are much more about carriers than pretty much any other faction. Turbo thruster engines in through there as well. We haven't spoken about race victory conditions, but these also then will push you down certain ways. But these ones that get research treaties, control the largest ocean colony, perform the most research in the galaxy, own the largest capital ship in the galaxy. These are the sorts of things that they like to focus on. So shipbuilding is really what they're into. They have preferred government types of technocracy or republic, and so technocracy will then put them into a system where they're getting even more research with what they then go and do. But they do have a lot of allowed different government types. Their infantry is pretty weak. You can sort of see through here. They don't really hate anyone in particular, but of course the Dayuts and Boscara are their main enemies. So again, these guys can handle the Boscara pretty well if they can get those little sort of fighter ships. Now the AI doesn't build those little fighters that I just showed you how to build, but that it is quite fun if you're starting to sort of find that the Boscarans are really swarming. You can do that. You can also then put fighter bays on your stations, and that way at least you're going to have some fighter craft there. But typically the more fighter craft you can get into combat against the Boscarans, you'll find that they do eat them up to a large degree. It's quite good fun actually playing against them. Anyway, that's the Actarians. So these are an aquatic that we end up having through this other side. Let's go and flick to our next candidate. If we just go back across to the Galactopedia, game menu, game editor, and we'll select an empire to edit. So I'll now just start going through the list of the ones that you get with the game. The Harkonish and the Teekans are not fleshed out properly yet, but let's just talk about them. We'll just go to the Harkonish now and talk about them. I know that a fair number of players actually really like playing as the Harkonish. So due to our chosen government, you've gained insight into starfighters, zero-G combat, and shipboarding. So this is actually talking a little bit about where these have got different bonuses. They're a feudal society in what's come through here. Now, typically they've got a unique government type which can be fun to play as well. Let's just go and dismiss that and just pause the game and just see where they are in the galaxy. So they are here. So they're very close. You can see there's a border over this other side. So the Harkonish is not a faction that I actually enjoy playing that much, to be honest. This is one of my least favourite factions, but I do respect what they then end up doing. Is that a troop transport? No, it's a destroyer. Actually, they've already built themselves a destroyer. Okay, that's pretty interesting. So this will be, yeah, we can have a bit of a look at that one. So this is the Harkonish sort of ships, but I'll look at the frigate, because the frigate, as I said before, typically sort of shows you the best and the worst of what they can ultimately then go and do. And so this is the Harkonish. In this case, they're a feudal society. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to flick that across to away from feudalism. If I go into, not diplomacy, if I go back into here, go to their government, and because quite one of the things that they have, which is fairly unique, is the Mercantile Guild. And so if you do ever do this, you can sort of see what actually ends up happening. The Mercantile Guild allows them to move their mining ships around, and typically you can't. Anything that's private sector, you can't actually go and do it. These ones now go, instead of having a coup d'etat where a feudal society can fall apart into civil war very, very easily, like whenever there's a coup d'etat. But with the Mercantile Guild, it's sort of much more like in Star Wars, like the Mercantile Guild in Star Wars. It's sort of like more that, where they're much more involved in trading. So I'll just go and flick across. We'll just have the revolution and switch. Yep, so the First Lord has now been killed. So often, if you're going to be starting as a Harkonish, you can again choose your own way of playing. But the Mercantile Guild will then give me. I can then go to a mining ship, if I can find one. Actually, it'll be under here, I think. Mining ships, and so I can actually go and grab the actual mining ships that they've got in the game. If we just go across to it, I can then go and give it orders of what to do, which you typically can't do because this is a private sector ship. So, and the Teekans can also do this. So both the Teekans and the Harkonish have not been fleshed out yet, and so they don't have a lot of the extra bonuses. But I can go and tell this one to go and mine here. You can't do that unless you're playing as a Mercantile Guild. I'll just go and do that one as an example. So it's just going to go off and do that particular mission for me. So that's sort of where that one actually is. This is, just go back to the home world again. And so the Harkonish, let's go and have a look and see what they can do. I won't spend much time with these because these are still going to be worked on. By the way, the Galactopedia will be fleshed out and given a lot more attention as well fairly soon. The Harkonish are interesting. If you got them as neighbours, they can be unpredictable, and so these have got like high aggression. They are a bit cautious, but typically I'll find that I'll be at war with them more often than not. They're not dependable at all. They're backstabbers. Reproduction rate is fairly low. Migration tendency is neutral, -10. And they're resistant to being taken over. And so these are reptilians. So these are bipedal reptilians. They're not the typical reptilian. They're more like a what's the word where they're sort of a hybrid between water and reptile. My mind's gone blank. Whatever that is, whatever type that is. They bully the weak, says Bioff. There we go. So yes, it's. So we've got the. So this is actually where they come in with the. What they end up having is that they like marshy swamp worlds and mangrove forests. Amphibians. They're more like amphibians essentially. So they're not the full blown, super aggressive reptilians that we're sort of going to see soon. But they certainly are up there. So they're in that frame of mind. But marshy swamp worlds, even ocean worlds, forest worlds, they've got a bit of a spread as to what they prefer, what they like. Their bonuses are that they like weapon research, counter-espionage, hyperdrive research, hyperjump speed, and war index reduction back and through here. The starting research they end up with is early area weapons, ground combat, tractor beams, and early pulse weapons. So they can sort of house tractor beams. I think that may be a factor of why so many people actually like playing them, is because some people really like playing with the with tractor beams, so that they can sort of stop other ships or hyper denies. You can see there they've got a unique hyper deny. This stops enemies from jumping out of combat, which means you can finish them off. So if you've got a ship with a super hyper deny or any sort of hyper deny aspect to it, it's going to stop them from jumping. So you can end up with one big ship and lots of little ships that are fighting for you and stopping them from jumping. You've got a deal breaker beam, which is a very, very strong beam. We'll have a look at that when we get into the in a minute with the tech. The mega density fuel cell also allows it to travel further, so it can sort of get more fuel, and it's got a star field generating through here as well. So this is actually this is interesting. Actually, I might show you that because I'll just go into the tech and through here. It's what it is it's a cloaking weapon, a cloaking ship. You can see there it's extended gravitic weapons. There's a deal breaker beam. You get that pretty early on. That's in tech level 1. So you get to sort of start to do this one through here. The range is pretty good at 1650 there. And so this is actually a large beam weapon, does a lot of damage. So this is this is like a bit of an all or nothing type sort of weapon. If it does get shots in, it's going to then do very, very well for itself. Anyway, we'll continue on down. So the actual, I just think it's in the sensors. Is that other one? Is that further down? This is the starfield generator through here. So yeah, we start to at this point we start to get the this one here gives us countermeasures of plus 15%, but also a stealth rating of 10. So we start to mean we can get closer into through enemy scanners before we get spotted. So these essentially end up with a cloaking ability back and through there, stealth rating of 20 back and through that other side. Then they get stealth much earlier than anyone else. Not that it matters that much, to be honest, in my opinion, but they do get it before anyone else, and then they can go into the standard old stealth aspect through here, the stealth cloak, which has got a stealth rating of 50. So other factions can also then join in at this point, but they just get it a bit earlier with what they can then go and do, and they can then get access into this by going through that particular route. Then they sort of start off with the standard, like the actual enhanced stealth, etc., etc., getting even more stealth back that way. But this just gives them a little bit extra that they can come into where long-range scanners can't quite figure things out so they can get a bit closer to you before that's going to be a real problem. I don't think there's much else to really sort of talk about with them in terms of that one through there. Their ships are pretty well balanced. So if we have a bit of a look at and again, the special features of this faction have not been fleshed out yet. So we'll see a lot more. I'll just quickly have a quick look at the ship designs. We'll just go back to the frigates, the Lumpar 2 in this case, and just go and edit. And so in this case, you can sort of see that they do actually have a 360 mount. So they've got one of those. They've only got 3 weapon mounts on their frigates. They've got broadsword on either side, but they can fire front and back from there as well. So they've got pretty good coverage. Typically, you won't be able to fit too much on this one. You can see that they've got one mount, and these are large mounts. They've got one empty. They've got a flux projector on one side, which is a close-in gravitic weapon, which I probably wouldn't personally put on on one of these designs. They're pretty good in terms of they've got 3 armor slots, so they can actually protect themselves pretty well. They've got 3 of the sensor slots as well, which is a bit unusual for these type of ships, so they can sort of do a bit more in through that side as well. So that's they're not going to be very fast, I don't think. Yeah, no, these are pretty slow. These are slow ships, but ultimately you can get that deal breaker weapon on them and do damage with that. So I would probably ditch the graviton flux projector and actually use that other beam weapon. It's where is it? Let's see it there. No, I'm not seeing it there. It's tractor beams and things as well. Oh, not seeing it. Anyway, whatever the other weapon was. I'm not seeing it there. It should be in there somewhere. The large steel one beams. I thought it would be in amongst these guys. But no, I'm not noticing it there. Anyway, there's their ships are pretty well balanced, and as you can sort of see, they're pretty more defences than typical for a frigate, or probably it is typical actually. We've seen other ones that only had like 2, but in this case they've got 3, so they can sort of they can do fairly well there. We'll cancel that one and quit out of this one, and just go and do the Teekins next, because they're the other one that hasn't really they haven't been fleshed out yet. So we'll go across back to our grouping. I don't think there's anything else I really need to talk about with them. I sort of feel like I'm just sort of really covering that one very, very quickly. Let's go across to the next alien race. This is another one that I personally don't particularly like. Actually, we're not going to do that. We're going to play as them to start with so we can sort of see what they're like. Game menu, game editor, the Tekin Trade Federation. We'll play as them. Just pause this one. We're getting all these news events now about different things that have been happening. Let's just go and right click on these and just ditch all of their stuff. Okay, we must have found an independent world. The Tekins are quite peaceful, but anyway, we'll just go and have a look at the Grand Merchant. These ones are also a merchant guild as well. So this one's come in as an actual merchant guild. The fact that we've got someone called the Grand Merchant. So if we have a look at the Tekins, where are they in this galaxy? So they're also in the centre. Back and through here, and these expand very, very quickly with what they end up doing. The Tekins are a weird faction, and again, the AI I don't think plays them as effectively as they could typically, but they typically expand very, very quickly, and they will end up all over the place in the galaxy. So this is a very expansive type group, and I'm sort of hoping, like, I don't mind the look of what they have, but I think there could be a little bit of an improvement with the reflectivity. You see as we get into the more recent factions, just how the style of the ship design sort of is enhanced a little bit in more recent times. And so, but this is you can see it's all a bit sort of slap hazard, the way everything's sort of been put together on their starports and also on their ships. Their ships themselves are also a bit all over the place. These probably don't have any military ships. Yeah, they're building one at the moment. They're building a frigate at the moment. Let's have a quick look and see what they've got in terms of of their abilities. So the Harkonish and the Tekins have not been fleshed out as much as the other factions just yet. So aggression, they're not aggressive. They're not cautious though either. So they're very flighty. They just sort of make up their own decisions and then sort of move on. They're not really dependable or non-dependable. They reproduce pretty quickly. They're adventurers, so they tend to go all over the place. And their assimilation, they're really, really easy to assimilate. This is why quite often you'll see that Tekin worlds get invaded time and time and time again. And even different factions will end up having Tekin worlds that end up being under their control just because they're super easy to assimilate. And when you're playing, you'll get messages coming through from the factions that you know, telling you that certain worlds have been taken. And if there's Tekins around, they'll expand extremely quickly in the galaxy in the early part of the game, and then become the food of a lot of the other more aggressive factions after that. But they're pretty cool with the way they work. They work on sandy desert worlds, desert savannas and rocky deserts. They're all about mining. They've got damage control there, so they can actually sort of fix damage. Their repair rate is 20% back into this other side as well. So they're good at fixing things. These are, I forget the sand creature type things from the Star Wars, but they're a bit like that. Where they acquire things, fix them up. They've got some other interesting aspects about them as well, which I'll talk about with the victory conditions in through here. So they're starting researches. They start off with early iron weapons. They have a super iron bomb. It's one of their techs. They also have a large starfighter bay. They have iron bombs in through here as well. Actually, the iron bomb there is the one that's probably one of the most interesting ones that the AI doesn't really make good use of. But that's something you can work with the Tekins, but it's pretty chaotic. Playing as the Tekins is very, very chaotic. Their race victory conditions: have the most non-aggression pacts in the galaxy, earn the highest amount of trade income in the galaxy, start the fewest wars, gain the most research and tech from salvage, and destroy the most vorticars. So again, it gives you a bit of a feel that it's mainly about trade, is really what they're about. Their preferred government types are mercantile guild and monarchy. In this case, we do actually have them as a mercantile guild. So again, we can control the miners, the mining ships, if we need to. The extremely weak, like in terms of attack and defense. These are amongst the weakest of the factions in terms of their ability to defend themselves or to attack planets. so they're not great at those. But they don't really hate any particular faction. They tend to try to get on with everyone. But of course, the bug factions are going to be resistant to that. You can see even the Mortallans, the Reptilians, are also not all that agreeable with the Teekans. So anyway, that's pretty much the Teekans in a nutshell. The big thing with the Teekans, though, is their ship design. So because their ships are really, really bad. Or they're not super bad, but they're pretty bad. If we just go into ship design, we go into a frigate again. We'll just go and choose the frigate, and I'll just go and upgrade so we can sort of play with it. So this is a typical Teekan ship. Now, like the interesting thing here, you're thinking, oh, okay, well, that's the big weapon mount there, so we throw the weapons on there. Where's the engines gone? The engines are at the back. So the engines are back there. The Teekan ships fire backwards. They are running ships. So they, Tenor is saying, is this a sponsored stream? Yes, it is. That's really what I'm trying to sort of rattle through as much as I possibly can. Because there's a lot to cover here, guys. An awful lot to cover, but it is sponsored and it's really focusing on the different factions, as what the different factions actually do bring. So the Teekan ships are really, really unique in the sense that most of their firepower is at the back. So you can sort of see, and you can see actually they have got oh good, they did actually do it this time. Okay, I haven't seen the AI do this with the iron bomb at the back. And this is actually the way to play as the Teekans. This is a seeking weapon, and this is an area blast weapon. This is unique for the Teekans. Iron weaponry in the game disables enemy ships, and so the goal here with the Teekans is to disable and destroy, and then get the salvage essentially, or to capture ships and then take the salvage that way as well. So they are scavengers. They're rodents. They're scavengers of the galaxy, and so the iron bomb will actually disable ships. By having it at the back as well, it allows you then to go and use caution to try to stay away from the fights. So you can actually go and set your these here to cautious and cautious, to try to stay at some sort of distance, firing your iron bombs, and then just trying to use whatever else you have. In this case, we've got a concussion missile, which is giving it the range, and the concussion missile is at the front in the small mount that it's got at the front there. So it's got one large mount at the back, plus 3 other ones in the other side. Doesn't have any point defense on this particular ship, so I'd be trying to squeeze in a point defense weapon. In fact, it can certainly do that. If we go and grab I always like the Sentinels, but the Sentinel point defense. Actually, I'm not even seeing that there at this point in time. Yeah, it's not really sort of showing it. But anyway, that's okay. We'll just leave it where that is. But the in this case, we've got the So the main feature of their ship, though, is that their main weapon mounts are firing in the rear. So the Pickle is saying, is there a Warhammer 40k mod for the game? If not, it must be done. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of things actually that like Star Wars, Star Trek. They were all in the original game, but it's so hard to mod the game at the moment. That looks like they may be trying to open the game up even more for modding, which would be awesome. I think the more popular the game gets, the more likely they are to go and do that one through there. Anyway, this is where the Teekan ships are very, very interesting because they do fire backwards. They're chaotic when you're using these big iron bombs. It's an area blast wave. It's sort of friendly fire can be a problem with this as well. So you've got to be careful playing as a Teekans. They're not the easiest faction to play if you're playing aggressively, just because they're so weak and because their ships are really, really unusual, having this sort of where its main firepower is in the rear. I'll just cancel out of that one. I think we went through all of the information with them. Let's have a quick look again, just in case I skipped over stuff. Yeah, so gain the most research from and tech from salvage. This is what I mean. Like if you salvage is either going and picking through ships that you've destroyed, or going and capturing an enemy ship and then taking it back and disassembling it. So it gets a big bonus from that. And that's just, again, sort of like one of the styles of playing as the Teekans. You get a bit of an idea of the flavour of the Teekans that particular way. All right, let's move on. So they're the two. The Harkonish and the Tikans have not been fleshed out yet out of the base factions, but they're still fun to play. Although I tend not to play either of those factions, not because of any particular reason really to do with the lack of being fleshed out, but the fleshed out factions are really, really cool. All right, let's move on. So we're going to go to the game menu, the game editor, and we'll choose the next one in the line. So we've got the little ones out of the way. So we've got the Actarians. I'm just going through the ones that are stock standard in the game at this stage. The Mortal and Star Imperium. Now, by the way, guys, if you are interested, I will just point out that if you're watching this live, Eric Ruttens is just about to start a stream, I believe. I think it's at exactly this time over on the Slytherin channel. So if you're watching on Twitch, you may want to have a look and see what he's got to talk about. He's talking about the update. So I sort of didn't really want to have my stream go over the top of his, but I knew the only time I had, and I had to do it today, the only time I've really got now is unfortunately as his is going to air as well. But if not, I would highly recommend that if you are staying here, have a look at the recording. I think that what they typically do is then once they've done that sort of presentation, it will end up on YouTube within a day. So have a look for that as well. So that will be. I just noticed that there was actually I didn't realise that his stream was going to be on today as well. But and unfortunately, I knew I wouldn't be able to get mine finished in time before he's actually started. But if you, I do highly recommend see what he's one of the devs of the game, and always provides great information about the game itself. Okay, Mortal and Star Imperium. Let's go to the Mortalans. This is actually I think probably my most favoured faction that I was looking forward to in the game. I don't love them in Distant Worlds 2. I love them in Distant Worlds 1. So Kurosami is saying stealing viewers from the devs live stream. Well, no. Look, I do recommend that if you're interested in the game, that Eric's always got interesting things to say. So I wanted to point out that he is, I think, live at the moment. So, and he's also he'll answer different questions that people actually have. They did a great AMA, like Ask Me Anything session on Reddit during the week, and that is really worth reading as well. Like you can see how open they are to modding, to allowing the game to be there for modders, which is fantastic. Now, our particular group that we're here is a military dictatorship, so. We have improved escorts, etc., because of the government type. I'll just dismiss that. Just pause this one again. Again, we're sort of seeing all of this Harkonish stuff that went on. We should have the war there somewhere as well. And we have a new warlord has appeared. So the military dictatorship is sort of almost like a fascist type faction. Let's have a look at the Mortalans. So they're actually in the middle here as well. So this is part of the galaxy that we end up having. Which one is that's the capital there. Just zoom into here. They should have military ships, I would assume, already built. Not seeing any there. It's a triangle if you're trying to sort of find them. Oh no, they're actually just starting to build them now. They're building a frigate at the moment. So the Mortalans, this is sort of their sort of style. And you can see their desert worlds in behind with what they actually have is sort of more the approach that they end up having. So sort of this sort of blocky type look. So these are an interesting faction. So we go into the Galactopedia and then we'll do the ship at the back end of this one. I think would be the better way to present this one. So alien races, Mortalans. So it says things like, while some species look to the future, the Mortalans look to their past, but it would be a mistake to see their traditional ways as a weakness. So I always think of these as sort of like aggressive samurai type reptilians. There's a bit of honour with what they do. They're not dishonourable like the bugs, but you can see they're very aggressive. So often if you've got Mortalans nearby, you're going to find not wild wars like what the Boscarans will declare, but meaningful type wars. But having said that, I don't find them too much of a threat. Usually when they're coming up against you, you've just got to have essentially more firepower and you can pretty much put them in their place. They don't have the ability to create those big war swarms of like the Boscara. So I've never really had a big problem having Mortallons nearby, even though they're aggressive. So just be aware of that as well. I mean, I don't know if anyone else. For me, I find them a little bit like they're not difficult to deal with, even though they're aggressive. They're cautious, so caution. They're actually not too cautious. They're -10. Dependability. They are very dependable when you do make friends, if you can make friends. So I think the word there is if. So that's their dependability back and through there. Reproduction rate is standard. Migration is neutral. And these are highly resistant to assimilation, and that's really because they've got the best troops in the galaxy. Their troops are the strongest. So these are great again for invasions and actual planetary invasions. This is sort of more what their focus is. They like rocky desert worlds and desert savanna worlds. So again, you'll often find if there's Teekans and Mortallons near each other, the Mortallons will end up eating or taking the Teekan worlds eventually. Simply because they like living on Teekan worlds. When the Securans come, it's going to be interesting between the three of them as well as to what goes on. The Securans and the Teekans will probably end up being quite friendly, with the Mortallons then sort of being their sort of natural enemy, I would guess. Again, we're seeing different bonuses in through here, again with the war weariness reduction, a bit like the Boscarans. So they can stay in war for a long, long period of time. Weapons, armour research, ship manoeuvring, ship speed is up. Troop recovery rates, back and through this other side as well. Diplomacy is down, they're not good at diplomacy. So even though they're very dependable, getting them to any sort of diplomatic position is going to be really hard. Damage control is high, and ship maintenance savings is high as well. So when with what they end up having, so Warrior Wave, when you declare war, obtain a 2-year boost to Mortallan population growth, along with your choice of either a large troop recruitment rate boost or a troop attack strength boost. Patriotic Wave, when war is declared on you, obtain a 2-year boost to Mortallan population growth, so you end up getting higher population growth. So you sort of don't mind being at war. I was going to say, do you like being at war? It doesn't really matter. Like, it's sort of, for them, it's they don't go into it loosely, but they also don't discourage being at war. Knowing your enemy. So when you invade and conquer an enemy world, choose a 2-year boost for either espionage or counter-espionage, or targeting and countermeasures. So again, you've either got the subterfuge or you've got the aggression. So you can actually sort of go in with either boosts to your ship targeting and countermeasures or your spies. So whichever way you want to go. Prove yourself, periodically choose between 2 characters from leader, admirals or generals to undergo a trial by arms. If successful, the selected character gains a positive trait, otherwise a negative one. And so you sort of end up betting on who's going to do well in the. It's a bit like the Klingons, I guess, with their rites of passage. You know, with the fights that they end up having. So these are I guess these are like typical Klingons from Star Trek. Reinforced hulls. All ships and spaceport hulls have +1 reactive armor rating. This can be big. Reactive armor is something that goes onto the armor that gives it an extra, like for every weapon that fires at the armor, 1 point of damage is reduced from that particular weapon. Now, typically, most sort of small, like railguns and things, might only be doing, like they'll be doing under 10, which means that they're doing 1 point less when they hit. Big weapons like that Deal Breaker beam, if it hits, it does 50 damage, I think, if that one actually hits at close range, which means it's going to do 49 points of damage, which is hardly anything. But when you've got things like railguns or anything like that firing at you, the reactive armor, on top of the natural reactive armor, can just mean that you've got more survivability with your ships. That's what that actually does mean. I won't go through all of these different unique traits. Starting tech, they've got the torpedo weapons, kinetic weapons, ground combat, starship maneuvering, armor plating. So they get a lot of starting research at the start of the game. They've got their own pulse torpedoes back and through there, large pulse torpedoes. Torpedoes are, I like these because these can be used to disable ships in the early part of the game fairly effectively through blasting through armor, essentially is what torpedo weapons do.
Multi-lock sensors. This one again will sort of allow you to target. You've got better targeting. Dense block armor, reactive block armor, and through there block armor and swift vector. This is maneuverability of the ships. When you look at all the stuff that they end up having, like it feels like they should be doing better than what they end up doing in the game. They're just not super powerful. Because we've got all this stuff, we then have other things that aren't really part of what we end up having. So the victory race conditions, again, experienced admirals and generals, win at least 60% of our wars, conquer the most enemy colonies, and vassalize the most empires in the galaxy. So that's really what we try to do. Preferred government types are either military dictatorship or feudalism. So this is sort of, I think this is probably why it's sort of can be difficult to play as them, because these are not typically easy ways to play the game. That often your economy suffers by both of these, and so that can be why you'll find that the Mortlands don't have a real lot of ships, and that may be because of the government types. So you could even, if you're going to play it yourself, you may even decide to choose something that's not one of these two. Maybe monarchy or something like this would actually work even better for the Mortlands. If you're playing that way, very strong on the ground, extremely strong. And so let's have a look at their typical frigate. I think the frigate is a good way to look at what they have. So that's their standard frigate there. We'll just do an upgrade. And these are, like you can see there, again, lots of firepower on these ships, but no 360 mounts on the actual ship itself. If we have a look down through this other side, only one sensor blocking through there, only sort of like standard armor and shielding back on this one as well. Lots of weaponry, so this is ultimately you can have a lot through here. On this particular gun, on this particular ship, they've only got like a heavy rail gun and a point defense cannon. That's pretty much all they've got on this particular design. So they're wasting space. Now this is something that could definitely have other things added to it. Looking at the size, so you do a lot through there. The rest of it is pretty stock standard. It looks like they've got an extra engine that they could do in through there. So you've got a bit of adaptability to design the ship yourself. But you can see there's no 360 mounts. That one's the closest. This one is but it's a big weapon. This is a 120 size, so this is for large mounts. But you could use, in this case, they have used a point defense cannon to at least get the interception there. But again, it's not facing the rear. I know that typically when I play them, I put a small point defense weapon on the back, just in case fighter craft get in behind me, if I've got the space for it, and then try to put as much firepower on the front, just to do actual damage. I'm just going to go and grab a drink of water, be right back. But I'll say that with the Mortland ships, they do give you a lot of scope to chop and change, because you've got so many different weapon mounts in through here, and you've got like 3 big weapon mounts that you can actually put some pretty meaty things onto it. In terms of the actual weapons that they have, if we go back and cancel this and have a look at the tech that they end up having, what's their unique techs? So we can see if we can see it there. So they don't get the Epsilon torpedoes. What they end up having is they end up with this advanced containment with the pulse torpedoes, and so quite often the benefit of these might be the size that you end up getting. You can see that we've got a large pulse torpedo there at size 54. Then the medium is size 36. If we have a look at the enhanced torpedoes from the other group, they don't get the large at all. Their medium is size 30, so this is actually smaller than ours. But ours would end up doing a lot more damage. 78 damage is a lot of damage with that. So that's the large. 39 damage is also still pretty good. 39 damage in through there, as opposed to well, actually their medium. This is a medium version 2. It's sort of the equivalent there is 35, sort of, with what actually ends up happening through there. So they go from there to that one through there, where they sort of end up getting these ones. So the damage rate of that one is 5.67 per second at close range. That one is 4. That one is about the same there again as well. Once it gets to that sort of stage, but then there's 2 techs that have to be researched before we get 1 tech through here, and then again we end up with sort of like another upgrade at that point to get to our level 2. So we don't have to go through all these steps to get to the same sort of research of these sorts of weapons. Other things we've got are what else they have, but that's sort of like it's a reasonably good one. It's not massive. Swift acceleration. This is just a vector. It's only a tiny at size 4, so these can often be placed onto different ships fairly effectively. They also end up with the block armor. So this is better armor. And you can see there, this has got a reactive rating of 5. Because they're mortalins, make it 6, which means that 6 damage once it hits armor is not taken into account. Now, and again, if we have a look at a railgun, that's going to be sort of, if a railgun is used against us, where is it? I'll even just a beam weapon. If I just go into, for example, a Thuon beam, like a medium or small Thuon beam, you can see there the damage there is 14 or 28, and so we're taking a lot of damage off it when it does hit the armor just by having that high reactivity. If we go back across into where was it? Yeah, as opposed to the heavy armor, which has only got a reactive rating of 3, so that reactive rating is quite substantial, which is important. Other things that we end up getting is again, having the unique ships for the game makes each faction play very, very differently. So we don't end up getting the targeting back and through here. So they've got target tracking, which gives them a targeting of plus 15%. We have multi-target management in through here. And so what this one does is the targeting is 20% in through that particular one in that instance. And so in this case, we just have better targeting. So we're more likely in our ships, instead of using countermeasures to protect our ships, we're more likely to use the enhancements to sensors to target enemy ships and be a bit more aggressive with the way that one sort of does work. I don't think there's much else really for us to have a look at in terms of what they get. Yeah, that's okay there. So the Mortalins are an interesting one, like just being a reptilian faction. Let's move on. Oh, hang on. Yeah, sorry. The Bashi's then saying Swift Vector is great. It has 8 countermeasures instead of the standard 5. Yeah, so that's actually puts it. That's a like it is. That's true. It is a countermeasure a weapon, or not countermeasure weapon. It's a countermeasure engine essentially. And so it does countermeasures because it's of the maneuverability. If we have a look at this one through here, so you've got this is like I think going to be the thrust vector or multi-vector. Got the thrust vector in through there, countermeasures 5 in through there. The Swift down the bottom there, you'll see countermeasures 8. It just means that they can avoid being hit a little bit extra. So when even though we have we've only got like 1 sensor we can sort of put onto this ship, we can use the targeting. We still get a bonus if we do put one of these Swift vectors. And at size 4. The other ones are 6, so we end up with, and often that can be like finding like the last few little points. That can be a real big boost to actually sort of getting things done with those sorts of additions. All right, let's go back across to game menu. Now we'll go to the game editor. That's the Mortalins, and Xenox is the last of the actual stock standards for us to then have a bit of a look at through here. So we'll play as the Xenox. Again, we'll just ditch all of these messages that have come through. Find where we're playing. Back out on the edge over here. So the Xenox, another one that just recently had a big update to everything actually, they've gone from a faction that I really didn't have much interest in playing. God, why can't I pick that? Just go back on top. So I'll just pause this. Where's the home world? There. God, it's actually flipping out. think it's just on the very edge of the galaxy. Yeah, no, it's sort of, I think that's bugging out because I'm right on the very edge. We'll just go and pick another one from in here somewhere. I think I can grab this edge. See if I can just get one of these. Here we go. So I'm just going to pick one of their little ships in through here with this ice world. Yeah, the reason that I don't like that's, I'm not sure how I can move in with that one there. That does look like be a bit of a bug actually. The fact that it's actually not being able to go in close at that particular instance. And so the Tekin ships, the Xenox ships, you'll notice are sort of like this is an ice world with what they end up having. We'll go and have a look at what their benefits are. So with the game concepts, Xenox are an ancient feline race with thick golden fur with multiple eyes. So aggression is neutral. They're very cautious. Their dependability is neutral as well. Reproduction is lowish at 5. And their assimilation rate is, they're a bit adaptable but not much. They're a little bit hard to assimilate. They prefer ice worlds. There was a comment earlier that this can be a good starting faction because at the moment they're one of the only, well, they're pretty much the only faction that actually will settle ice worlds. So it does allow you, and the ice worlds are everywhere. So you possibly will be able to expand and grow playing as a Xenox. What they end up having is the shield recharge rates back and through here, shield research, espionage, counter-espionage. So you can see they've got like spying bonuses, psyops in through there, exploration time reduction. This is actually fairly major. It doesn't seem like much, but there's survey time and exploration. This is what they do. They are the historians of the galaxy. Hyperjump accuracy is also, this is really quite important. I'll explain about all this when we get into it, but bombardment resistance and ground combat resistance back and through there as well. So I'll come back and talk about why some of these things are so important for the Xenox and why this has really improved things for them. If we just go back down a little bit further. Built-in stealth. Most hulls for military ships and bases have +10 stealth. So again, a little bit like the Harkonish with what they end up doing. Ancient star charts. Exploration ships scan and survey 20% faster. All ships have 20% better hyperjump accuracy, exiting their jumps closer to the target at foreign locations. What that means is, typically when you bounce in with a fleet, and the fleets have been improved anyway, actually just in the normal updates, when you jump in, you have like a closing distance. And so your fleet will jump in, you've got a target back over here, and your fleet then slowly has to make its way through, going through all sorts of ranges of different defences and stuff like that. So it can become difficult to close the gap. And I'm thinking of a typical one in the early game will be to try to take out like a pirate base, where the long range weaponry of the pirate base will be firing at your ships for a long period of time. The fighter craft will be at your ships as well. With having this bonus of being able to move and bounce in closer, it means that you can close the gap much quicker, and you can sort of start very, very quick in the actual combat itself. It also means the biggest thing I find with this one is, let's just say you've got an invasion coming in, and you don't know it's coming, or you may know it's coming, but you're late to the party, and the troop transport's now moving towards your planet, and you're in trouble. By having this ability to be able to jump in very, very accurately, it means that you have massive cohesion with your fleet. You can close the gap before they can actually launch their troops onto your planets as well. And that's, playing as a Xenox, that's a real big benefit, being able to sort of jump in when an invasion starts very quickly. It means that you don't actually have to have as many fleets protecting collectives of planets that are in close proximity, because you can sort of almost rely on the fact that they're going to be able to jump close to their targets to be able to then take out the troop transports when there's an invasion going on. So that's actually it doesn't seem like much, but it's actually big. It's really big. And even the exploration ships being able to scan faster just means they can move through the galaxy quicker and find opportunity. Like they'll find opportunities faster than anyone else, at different locations, which is great for the Xenox. Which and this one thing alone really flashes out the Xenox in very interesting ways when you play it. It doesn't seem like much, but when you play it, there's a lot that happens with just that one little ancient star charts aspect. Okay, Wonders of the Past. When a ruins is investigated, there is a choice of plus 10 Empire Happiness or plus 10% all research for 1 year. And so again, it's all about ruins, it's about history, it's about sort of like doing the sort of research type stuff that the Xenox like to do. So again, if you got the 10% all research and you needed something to be able to then bounce in to grab the long range scanners, whatever it might be, that can be a real big boost. Predictive History. When a ruins is investigated, you can choose to get improved diplomacy and intelligence for 2 years, but at the cost of reduced research. So you can choose to try to secure your position better than what you actually had before. Tenor is saying, do you know where the keyboard settings file is located? I want to make a copy since the game keeps resetting my keybinds with updates. I'm not sure, sorry, Tenor. I don't know where that is. Okay, so... Okay, next thing we have is preserving the ruins. When establishing a new colony at a location where ruins, there's a choice to convert the ruins to a free governance facility or keep the ruins but with increased bonus levels. So that's actually major as well. Like quite often there'll be, when you do find a planet with the ruins on it, you'll end up with the ability to, like it may not be exactly what you want. In this case, you can then change it to a governance, which means you're going to have less corruption or whatever else it might be. It's very, very cool the way it sort of does work. Search the archives can pay to perform a thorough review of all data in the Xenox archives. This review will provide a random benefit, a short-term boost to happiness or research, or even the coordinates of an important galactic location. You can sort of do this every so often. This is like something that just comes up like where you've got the choice to actually then go and do it. And then you've got different leader traits which I won't go through. Their starting research is beam weapons, missile, ground combat, so just basic stuff. They've got the Xenox, because they're all about searching and research, they've got a super long-range scanner. They've got Xenox Super Stealth as well, so this is a very stealthy faction. Extended range crystal sensors as well. These are their sort of like their basic sensors are better than anyone else's. We'll have a look at those. Long-range crystal sensors as well, star beams, Megatron shields. These are massive. These are they're good. They're not great. There's better shields, but these are better than normal, but not dramatically so. Actually, I've got to correct myself there. Crystal sensors back and through there again. You can see the crystal sensors up through this other side, Galactic Archives, and then the Megatron shield generator. This is planetary shielding. So you end up with sort of like planetary shields that they then end up getting. You can see that the normal planetary shields are then taken off because of this one through here. Their victory conditions: control the most ruins in the galaxy, explore 100% of the galaxy, build the Galactic Archives at a colony, which is one of the unique things that we end up having through here with our tech. Lose the fewest ships and bases in the galaxy, and lose the fewest troops in the galaxy. So subterfuge is the name of the game here. Preferred government types are either monarchy or technocracy. I tend to find that a lot it's just monarchy. Like that, sometimes it'll be technocracies, but often the AI will just be a monarchy. And then they've got again a big collection of allowed government types back in through there. Yeah. So anyway, that's sort of where they are. Their troops are light on more. They're not really good. They're not really great in that sort of sense. Don't really hate anyone. The Dayuts and the Boskarans again are going to be the most hated of what they actually end up doing. Now let's have a look at the tech, because the tech is interesting, and this then sort of translates into their ship design as well. So if we start off with the actual tech that they end up getting. So if we have a look, it's not so much the weaponry, it's the other bits. So this is the ultra fast recharging. This is their Megatron shields. Now the interesting thing here is that the shield penetration chance is actually the thing that's I think is one of the most important things with shields. It's how often the shield is going to fail. This fails just at the same rate as a normal shield. So the deflection shield generator 20%. This one fails also at 20%. 40% of the damage gets through, whereas in this one here 50% gets through. So less damage goes through this one here. But these are just more powerful shields overall. So they're better at what they do. Shield strength of 270, and this one here is a shield strength of 192. So there's a lot more shielding on the ship, but it still fails at about the same rate. And then I think the recharge rate, 6 per second there, as opposed to 3 per second. So these recharge much faster. So they're not as reliable as they could be, but they're still, they're the same as a normal shield. By the time you get this one, you're then going to a shield bypass of 10%, whereas these ones here are 15%. So you're starting to now get the benefit of the shield penetration. So instead of it being 1 in every 5 shots breaks through onto your armor, it's now 1 in every 10 shots breaks through onto your armor in through there. So that's actually the benefit that they get. Keep this in mind when we talk about the Quamino, because the Quamino shields are the best in the game. But these are second best with what they end up having in through there. The sensors, if we go down to where they've got the sensors, that's the armor, that's okay. Yeah, so instead of getting improved sensors down through here, which is the short-range sensor array, what they end up getting is this crystal sensors in through this other side. And these can track enemies a lot better than the others. The scanning power is 150 as opposed to 100. The scanning range is three times the size of a standard scanner. So they can see what's going on at much greater range than anywhere else. The scanning, the trace scanning power and the trace scanning range as well, 88 as opposed to 75. But it's a jump tracking as well. It gives much more accurate tracking as to where an enemy might be jumping to. So you got better checking on different things in through there, and you got the long range crystal sensors in through there afterwards, which is sort of like the long range scanners are closed off to us. These here have got a scanning range of 75M. These have got a scanning range of 100M, so they're a little bit further out than what the others have got. So these are a better long range scanner with the Xenox, which is actually something very important in the game. You definitely need that. Is there anything else we had to look at? There was something else down in here that they got. But that'll do for those. The ship designs aren't much to really talk about. I mean, if we just go and have a quick look at what they do. If we go to their standard frigates. So we again sort of see that we've only got 3 weapons. These are not real. The Starbeam was something we had to look at as well. The Starbeam's a good weapon, actually. This is it's got reasonable range for what it actually is. So this is the Starbeam is slightly above average for a beam weapon. So they've got no 360 mounts on their frigates. They do actually have a mount at the back, and you can see they've put these, in this case they've actually put in a couple of point defense weapons and then a Starbeam. The thing with their ships is, though, look at this. They've got 4 defensive slots for in just the frigates, so they can house a lot of shielding, and that can be really hard to break through against enemies. And so in this case, they've got like a this particular ship that the AI has designed is got incredible shielding on it, like just amazing shielding. So very difficult, as I said before, for like if you're coming up against these, you need to be using weapons that actually break through shields to be able to then really sort of deal with them. So you'd have to purpose build your fleets to take them out, because otherwise they're just going to eat everything up. They also then have, even on their frigates, they've got the ability to put in 3 different sensors, so they can do that one. But they have a massive one through here. That means they can put, even on their frigates, they can put a long-range scanner on if they wanted to. So they can have a purpose-built one through there. Degenerate saying, am I still banned? Was this from another DasDemption? The DasDemptions only go for half an hour. It's only a ban for half an hour. For asking dumb questions? What's a dumb question? I didn't see. I'm looking for the @DasTactics to sort of answer those questions, just because I've got so much to cover in this session. We'll keep on going. But in this case, the fact that they can put these different sensors on, now these also gives them the target tracking, the countermeasures, so you can sort of adapt these ships fairly well, but they're just not very powerful in terms of combat abilities, but certainly survivability is... new record for Pause and Distant Worlds 2. Well, is it? I know that I've sometimes spent a long time building up the empires and stuff. So I'm not sure if it is, but yes, it's well. Technically, I've been off pause a little bit. So they're using their crystal sensors through there again with what they actually end up having. So and any sort of benefits that they end up getting. Just trying to think of what the bonuses are that they end up getting through here. No, that's okay. There's the hyperdrive, jump accuracy, etc., which just comes in natively because of the Xenox. Again, it's a very enjoyable faction to play, very defensive. So their ships can soak up a lot of damage. So they don't do a hell of a lot of firepower, but they certainly can take up the damage. So they can stay in the fight for a long period of time. And again, you can purpose build these around the sensors that they've got. That's unique, again, for the Xenox. All right, so let's quit out of there. I love how different every single... That's why, actually, I think showing the frigates is really the key to showing the differences between the different factions. I probably haven't gone deep enough into it, but every single frigate design you've seen is actually very, very, very unique for the faction that it plays. Now, I forget what the next DLC was. Let me have a quick look and see. We'll just now do it in the order of the DLCs. Just go and browse all. Did that one show us? No, it's probably still better to go back the other way. Let's close that off. Is that it? There must be the Ikaru and Daots. So that must be the and then the Quiminos and Gizarians came in September, and then finally the Artuks and Wekra. So we've got 6 to go through. We're slightly over halfway, and it's been 2 and a bit hours. It's going to be a long stream. I'll try to get through a bit faster. But the Ikaru and the Daots were the first faction to come through, and these were pretty much the first ones that came in with fleshed out abilities. And so I'll go through these as fast as I possibly can. I'm sorry about how long this is taking, but you know, I'm trying to. There's a lot to cover. Each faction is so unique in the game. Right. Well, let's go and first of all go across to the game menu, and so we'll start with the Ikaru and game editor. The Ikaru Coalescence Retreat will play as them, and so these have got their own unique tech. I'll just go and government type. So if we have a look and see what their government type actually is, which I'll go to them first of all. Just we've got something pretty to look at. I don't know what that is. I'll just reload. Something's gone crazy with the with our game. I think chopping and changing it too much. We'll load it back in again, and this time we'll just go back in and load in. Sorry, game editor. Ikaru. Play. And pause. Okay, so we've got a new Guardian of Life appears with what they've actually got. So they are down here. You're on the edge as well. Hopefully this won't flip off. Oh, we seem to be okay. It's just loading in. There we are. Starting with a troop transporting through this other side, which is one of the benefits they actually have. So this is the Ikaru ships and the Ikaru design. So we'll just go into the spaceport, press tab so we can sort of get like an interesting angle. Just position that one off to the side there. Get rid of that one. There we are. That's fine. Okay, so this is the Ikaru. And we'll go now to the Galactopedia. Alien races. So these are muscular primates. These are they're very passive, very careful, extremely dependable. So again, if you can become friendly with them, they should stay friends. They don't have to, but they should ultimately. And I'm thinking in terms, if you're a human player, you're probably going to ultimately be able to become friendly with them. If you're a Boscaran player, probably not. The reproduction rate is lowish. Their migration tendency is to go out and be adventurous. They like forest and marshy swamp worlds, even deserts. So they're pretty adaptable where they can actually go. You can see there's a lot, even ice. They've got some adaptability back and through there. Their bonuses are that they have a trip recovery rate, so they recover from fights very, very quickly. Damage control is also good for their ships. Plague curing they're good at, and plague containment they're good at. Special features, so they end up with consensus diplomacy, so +5 threshold to sign new treaties, +2 long-term trust gain for both empires for all treaties with the Ikaru. So again, they're good at diplomacy. Respect for life, so -10 happiness if bombard or destroying a world, or choose extermination as a population policy for a colony. So this is something where they basically won't do it. Secrets of life, so +10 happiness and +10 population growth rate for all colonies for 1 year when first colonizing a new type of world. So not just a new world itself, but a different type. So they like exploring the different sorts of worlds that are around. Also enables new research projects to further improve suitability for a new world type. And so there is actually so they become more adaptable over time. Protection of life, so +5 happiness to all colonies for 1 year when they sign a new non-aggression or defensive treaty with another faction. And disharmony of -10 happiness for 1 year when war breaks out between Ikaru and another faction. Now, having said that, I've seen the Ikaru at war a lot in the games that I play with the AI. So they're not adverse to going to war, which is actually good. Like, it means they're sort of interesting to play. But they do get this problem here. Now, it's only for a short period of time, for 1 year, that they end up with that happiness boost or negative. The happiness, again, just when I see happiness, I'm thinking money. Like, it basically affects your economy. So anytime you see bonuses or negatives for happiness, you're essentially talking about the amount of money you can get off your planets. So it can be pretty devastating if it goes too much. Starting research, we won't worry about that one so much. The Ikaru tech that they have, fusion beams, like a large beam weapon. They've got organic hulls, and we'll have a look at this when we get into it, because this is actually fairly big for them. They've got splinter pods, which is a special boarding pod. So they've got better boarding abilities than anyone else. They've got also all this different biome shaping as well, and we'll have a look at that as well. They're disallowed things like the exterminator, anything that bombards planets, even the atomic devastator. They're just not allowed to have it. So they do not bombard planets unless they stole the tech or something, but it's not what they would want to be doing. Their victory conditions are to lose the fewest ships and bases in the galaxy, control the largest forest colony, have the most starports, make free trade agreements with 30% of all empires in the galaxy, and build the Koloros Medical Academy at a colony. Preferred government types is a harmonious utopia, which is unique for the Ikaru. The additional intelligence missions, we don't have to worry about those. Their actual attack and defense is pretty good, like their basic infantry. And see how this one, they actually really do like the Quamino, even more so than their own faction. So the Quamino and the Ikaru get on very, very well. The Secarans, when they come in, will also work very, very well with these. And so they become like a bit of a trading block. They hate the Daots, hate the Boscaras. So this is actually why they do go to war, because they've got a burning hatred for these bug factions. And so if they're close by to bug factions, they're likely to go to war. They also, for some reason, hate the Artooks, and I don't know what the reason for that would be. Maybe there's something in the story about them. But anyway, that's the Ikaru. I think there is something written about it, actually, where they talk about it. But we'll just go in and have a look at the tech now. So with their actual tech, as you can see there, they've got the focused fusion projection, which is again just a better weapon. I won't worry too much about that one through there. Where they shine is in the armor that they have, and this regenerating. The shipboarding they don't have. So the assault pods, their assault pods are faster and better, and so that they can go at boarding range of 1500. That's a boarding range of 1000. So they can do it at actually I think it's the same assault strength. Sorry, but they're able to They've got shield penetration of 75. It's going to go seal penetration of 50. So again, it's got the ability to yeah, it's just good. And actually, the launch rate for invasions is every 20 seconds. Launch rate for boarding is every 300 seconds. That's the same. Yeah, that's all the same. So they're just slightly better, those ones. But where is it? The hull types. Not sure if it's actually as part of the hulls. Oh, here we go. This here is an organic hull, and so this is the what they end up with is the damage reduction is 45%, and the damage repair rate is 0.5 per second. So they actually have better. This is like a damage control unit. There is also damage control in through here, where the damage reduction is 30% with repair rate of 0.1. But this one here, the repairing of damage is really fast. And they've also got a 1% per second chance of repairing damage, like destroyed componentry in the ships. And so this is actually really, really big. Like this is actually a massive boost to them, having this particular ability. The other thing that they end up getting is when they actually have the colonization, they've got, instead of just having improved colonization through here, they've actually got their own improved colonization down this way, which allows them to then do a lot of other things when they are taking over the different worlds. And so I won't go through the specifics of it, but essentially it then allows them to go down their own track of doing more and more things with planets. And so they like different planets, they like colonization. They can still do all get all the other colonization boosts in through here as well. But this is actually another feature of the Ikaru, is to sort of explore different types of worlds. Exit research. Their ships aren't anything great to talk about other than that regenerative hull. Let's have a quick look at at what they can do with the frigates. Just going to upgrade. So you can see through here, they do have a nice 360 mount at the top, which is a 120. In fact, they've got 4. 4 is slightly more than average. Like 3 or 4 would be what you'd expect on most ships for weaponry. Again, the aggressive factions will have more. They'll have like 5 or 6. Lots of protection here, so they can actually put in up to 4 different defences. Only 2 areas there for sensors. So again, a pretty good overall, ship design really. And there's the organic hull that they end up having through there. That's really the big thing with their ships. In this case, we've got like a large mount at the top there, so it's a little bit sort of tricky trying to figure out what to place. Then you've got like the big weapons on the broadsides, and then we do actually have no, it's not 360 there. I didn't even see that one. So even on this frigate, they've got a 360 there. So their ships are very, very good. Like in the sense of the if we've got a 360 mount there, you've got a 360 mount there. So that's the first time I've seen 2 360s on a frigate. So that's quite unusual, and that gives it a lot of protection all the way around it. So really, really cool ships that they've got, and particularly with that damage, the organic hull makes a massive difference to what they can then go and do. So again, you've got like a lot of choice with what you do. Plus, you've then got the splinter hulls, which you may or may not put on these actual ships, but the splinter hulls then just give it another boost as well. You're saying the monkeys have low engine slots on larger ships. Oh yeah, okay, that's the one thing. Speed is going to be their problem. So they're lowish here. Typically, the frigates will have either 3 or 4 slots, usually 4 slots overall. But this is slow, so they're slow moving, but able to protect themselves pretty well. All right, so let's cancel out of that one. We'll go to the next one. The next group in line it was the Ikaru and the Dayuts, I think. So I'll have a quick look at what they're doing. Game menu. Play as them. This is the Grand Inquisitor, or whatever he was called. Here they are, back over here. The Dayuts are a fun faction to play as well. I quite enjoy playing as them. They're a bit unique. what's that one there? That's a medium troop transport. Let's just go and zoom in here, sort of have a look at its world and starbase in behind it. So these are arachnids. These are still bug factions, but they're more of an arachnid sort of style with what they have. Zoom in a little bit there. Okay, so these guys. Races. The Dayots. Very large, powerful arachnid race. Dayots have massive distended head, yeah, blah, blah, blah. So their aggression is high-ish, about the same as humans. Even slightly less than humans, I think. Cautious, they're a little bit uncautious. Their dependability, they're unreliable. Very low reproduction rate, so that's something that they have to overcome. They're not likely to migrate around the place, and they're quite difficult to assimilate. They prefer desert savanna and rocky desert worlds. Their bonuses are that their hyperdrive research goes up, their war weariness goes like they're able to do that one as well, and their ground attack strength goes up as well. Not great bonuses in through here. The special features they have is disinformation. So deep cover mission success against another faction also provides the ability to create disinformation at all levels, making the target faction view the Dayots more positively. So they're a good spying faction. Like they're sort of like they sort of end up, their spies end up sort of being able to make it easier to do other things. Where the other faction becomes more receptive to them, which is fairly unusual. Inspired conniving. So whenever a difficult intelligence mission succeeds, provide a boost to all espionage missions against that faction for the next year. Again, opening up the enemy for more spying missions. So that's pretty much what they have. The text that they have is a velocity drive, the enslavement control facility, and the terminus operations center. So these are sort of like a sneaky type bug faction. The enslavement control facility, we'd have to have a look at that one. I forget exactly how that one does work. So the victory conditions are to control your homeworld, conquer the most enemy colonies, and enslave other races at your colonies. 25% of your to have 25% of your empire's population as slave populations. That's really what they then go and do. They have a government that is very unique, the surveillance oligarchy. That's the one thing that they do actually have. Additional intelligence missions. They've got a lot of different ones that they can do through here as well. So they can actually go and influence other empires with their spies, either positively or negatively. They can capture bases, which is a bit unusual. So that's one. Destroy facilities is one of theirs as well that they have with that they can do with their spies. Their spies are very, very good. They don't really like anyone really. So that's sort of their Dayots. Let's go and have a look and see the text that they end up getting. And there's no real weaponry as such, I don't think. That was actually, sorry, let's go back up the top. I don't think weapons is anything we have to really watch with what they've got. I forget where it does kick in actually for their stuff. Here we go. Pulse jump theory. So in this case, they've got the velocity drive, which is a hyperdrive unit. And this one travels, you see there, it goes from, we've got the warp bubble generator travelling at hyperjump speed of 200k. The pulse jump goes at 600k, which is dramatically high. And so if you have a look at the other one through here, the Jerex hyperdrive does 400. So these travel at an extra third faster than anyone else, or like an extra 50% than the stock standard hyperdrives, which means it can move and adapt very quickly in space. So if it needs to, if there's a fleet that leaves one location where you're fighting them and you know exactly where they're going to go, maybe to refuel or something like that, and you want to chase them down, you'll get there before them. So you'll actually be able to follow them, pass them in space, and then wait at the other side and wait for them to arrive. So it allows you a different way of sort of being able to use your ships. And again, these sorts of little things make such a difference when you play the game. Like it's just so interesting to have these different advantages or disadvantages depending on what's going on. So but that's actually a big one for them. So that's a big tech. And of course all these techs can be stolen by other factions, with their own spies. What else was there? There was a few things within. terminal operations. This is one of theirs. This is where they, yeah, they get a better. This is, excuse me. This is actually where like an assassination building. I only build one of them, but essentially what this one does is it allows them to get even more spies, and then any assassination or concealment mission that their spies go on is that they get a bonus for those. So that's actually with that one through there. That's a fairly deep into the tech tree. That's definitely mid-game-ish by the time that they would be getting that one. I thought there was one more that was also interesting for them. Yeah, no, nothing much. Here we go. This is it, enhanced slavery. And so they get this one fairly early. This is an enslavement control facility. So the bombardment and ground resistance, most buildings will provide something like that. But the slavery income goes up by 25%, and then the slavery unhappiness goes down. So slaves become, I guess, more drugged out or whatever it might be to sort of to get what you need out of what's actually going on with the slaves. So you're sort of working them fairly effectively. And so this is you build this at slave colonies. So this is an enslaving type faction. It's the way that it should be played. I don't know if the AI plays it that way, all that effectively, but they're an interesting faction. They're not super difficult. Like they don't swarm as much as, for example, the Boscara, but they are very, very interesting. Let's have a look at their ships. Soul Brethren saying it sounds kind of like some of the ambush type spiders, yeah. Like in Australia here, we've got things called trapdoor spiders, which and I'm actually from the desert, and these were spiders that you couldn't tell. They were big spiders, like they were big, and they didn't go after humans, but after any bug that would come past, they actually would build their nest underground. They'd actually dig under the ground and then build a trapdoor on top of it with their web and cover it with dirt. They'd flip it open and be able to jump out at whatever it was that was walking past, and they're just always listening. Like, so as kids we used to get sticks and sort of just make little noise near their nests, so they'd jump out at the sticks. But yeah, so anyway, these are even though they're big spiders, these are good at hiding, and trapdoor spiders were very, very good at hiding. Sort of, it's quite funny. Anyway, that was brings back memories, very fond memories of teasing trapdoor spiders. So yeah, it's funny. Okay, so yeah, actually, a highly educated trucker saying reminds me of that very old penny arcade strip with the giant spider alien trying to disguise itself by slapping a severed human head atop its carapace. Well, wasn't there a Doctor Who episode where there was like these big spiders that sort of like that sort of mind controlled people not to see them? They'd be on the roof and just sort of controlling people through through psyops type thing. Anyway, it's funny because they're supposed to be giant, but they're spies. Yeah, they're effective, and I think I always in my mind play them as if they're working through either technology or psyops or something like that to get the effect that they need, because that's sort of the way it sort of does work. And then the enslavement aspect as well is just something a bit different on the other side of them. If we go and have a quick look at their ships. Ship designs, go to frigates again, just the basic frigate, just do an upgrade. I love the look of their ships. These really look great. And again, you can see bug faction, like they've got 4 different groups in through this other side. In this case, they do actually have the engines are at the back there, so they do actually have broadside. They do actually have a 360 mount there, which is only 19. So again, great for point defence. And then they've got the broadside sort of. But these actually have got a field of fire of 270 degrees, so they can fire across the bow, which means that their ships are really quite well balanced. Compare that to the Boscaras. These are like 270 from the front. You've got pretty good coverage all the way around the ships. With these larger weapons, you've only got one massive weapon, but you've got the 2 others. It's a very, very adaptable design. 3 defense is really quite balanced. Even 2 of these is balanced, so it gives you a lot of opportunity. Again, not as many engines as you probably want, but overall a great little ship for for being able to sort of build around. Like it's got. There's no real negatives with this one, and that's why I like to start with the Boscara as an example to show a strong ship with a big weak spot, which is nothing pointing backwards. This does not have that weak spot. This is a very strong little ship that can do all sorts of things really. So it's I really quite like these. It doesn't have as many weapon mounts as the Boscaran ships has got, but it's certainly does well. And having the balance there of the shielding as well or the defences is great. So that is a very, very nice little ship, actually, that particular one through there. Let's just go and cancel that one. All right, let's go to the next one. So the next DLC that came out was the Quiminos and the Gizareans. This, for me, of all of the DLCs that came out for the different factions, this is my favourite. And it's like both factions were really great additions to the game. So we'll go through, and again, there's some very, very unique ways of playing as the Gizareans. So I'll do the Quimino first, but the Gizareans after that. So we'll go into, and this if you've only got enough to get one of those DLCs. Actually, having said that, if you are playing against Gizareans, you may likely find that they'll win the game. So they're probably going to crush you because they are so strong. But anyway, let's go across and go into the game menu, and we'll just go and game editor, select the Empire. So we'll start with the Quimino Techno Mandate in this case. And so you can see there, these are a geneocracy. This is actually essentially a unique government type that they get. So again, we haven't really covered the government types that the actual factions do get, but this is theirs. And it does give them, due to your recent government, we've gained insight into research labs, improved sensors and coordinated control. And the science is also now available in our homeworld. So we're more of a technocratic style of government, but we don't actually have technocracy as one of our government types. Just go and dismiss that message and go and remove that and just pause the game. We've just discovered it. This is actually, I'll just investigate. I don't know if that's part of what we get at the start. I'll just dismiss that. All right. Okay. Actually, this is actually useful for us to have this. I'll come back and talk about this one in just. Oh, hang on. Just pause this, and we'll come back and talk about that in just a minute. Where are we? Where are we located? Back over here. Where do we find that ruins? Uvu. Yeah, so we just happened to be there. It's opportunistic that this has actually occurred right when we're talking about the Quimino. So this Quimino's in through here. Their homeworld is here. So you can see there that these are also like a semi-aquatic type faction. So we're looking at a mangrove forest planet in through here, but really it's about the water. So do we have any combat ships? No, we don't. So we'll talk about what they get as far as their bonuses are concerned, and we'll come back and talk about these as well, like when we get to that in the description. So alien races, Quimino, highly intelligent amphibious race. So these are amphibians. These are more like frogs than anything. So I always think of them as aquatics, but they are amphibian, which is why they're on this mangrove forest world. They're very passive, which doesn't mean that they're not going to go into fights. Cautious as well. They're very careful, very dependable, very moderate. They're settled. They don't move around much, and their assimilation rate, they are resistant to being assimilated. Now, they can be difficult to befriend as well. Like if you actually got them nearby, don't expect them to become your friends easily. Even though they're passive, etc., they are careful. So they don't enter into things lightly. If we had like a passive, very dependable but reckless faction, they would enter into like the Teekans, for example. Then they would enter into diplomacy very, very quickly, but they don't because they are cautious. So we've got that one through there. They prefer mangrove forest and marshy swamp, but they can also settle on ocean and even deep ocean. Look at their all research. This is dramatically high. So as we spoke about all research earlier in the game, these guys absolutely smash this out of the park. So they love that. So the bonuses are the all research, diplomacy. This is why they're not easy to actually to make friends with. They're not good at diplomacy. They don't. Diplomacy for them is a distraction. You'll see that in just a minute. Espionage. They're not great at espionage, which means that you can steal things off them. If you're the Daewits sitting next to the Quiminos, it's happy days. They'll do all the research while you do all the spying. Anyway, reactor research into there goes up, trade income goes down. So again, they're isolationists, technologically advanced isolationists. Ship energy savings then through as well. These are a fun faction to play, by the way. The ambassadors goes down, admirals goes down, generals goes down. The chance of getting these is low, but scientists goes up. They're all about the science. So their special features are that they adding distractions, +1 happiness and -20% all research for 2 years if you sign a treaty with another faction. Now that's a lot. I mean, we have 30, so we've still got +10, but that's a lot of research. But the happiness does go up. So if you enter a treaty playing as them, you have to really think hard about whether you're going to do it or not. Like, will you enter one or not? It's and again, when you play any of these factions, you'll become aware pretty quickly that, okay, look, in this case, I'm going to be really cautious about who I befriend. Integration studies. So this is where they just get distracted. Integration studies. So reduced happiness and research output whenever you have unassimilated alien populations at your colonies. The reduction amount reduces relates to the proportion of unassimilated population in your empire. So again, if we have Tikans or Artuks, we're not going to like them really much because they're going to be keeping on coming in, and then we then have to make sure that they're completely assimilated. So and again, even conquering other worlds is of no real interest to us because it just means that we end up with our own reduced happiness. So the answer, +10% happiness for 5 years, and a random tech boost when you build the Transcendence Hub's planetary facilities. A puzzle solved. When completed an advanced research project, tech level 5 or greater, small chance of the following benefits, so +10% happiness and 10% all research for 2 years, plus a bonus positive trait to your leader and a scientist. Higher level projects have an increased chance for this event to occur. Building the future, +5 happiness for 6 months whenever you build a new research station. So again, you're looking for research abilities. Piece of the puzzle, so 50% chance of both a 25% research boost in a related tech field and a 10% empire-wide population growth boost for 1 year when discovering a new research location, which is exactly what we saw just occurred, like when we started off with the Camino. That's what this is into here, a piece of the puzzle. So this is now going to have population growth is going to go up by 10% on Zartan 2 for a period of time, for 1 year. And that's sort of pretty much like the default of what they end up doing. They have got the Camino tech they've got is they start off with the robotic troop foundry. Look, unless you're playing as a Tikans, I tend not to worry about the robots and getting robot troops. Bubble shields, we'll talk about these. Nova core reactors, we'll talk about these. These are game changers, absolutely unbelievable. And so these are like really like this is why you play as a Camino. Their ships are so powerful because of these two things. Doesn't seem like it, but they really are. Build a Transcendence Hub at a colony is one of the victory conditions. Have the fewest treaties in the galaxy. Have the most completed research branches in the galaxy. So that takes a long time. Research 30% empire-wide levels in ancient knowledge. Ancient knowledge is something you discover as you play the game. The preferred government types is Geniocracy, back and through here, which is unique for them. They're not very good in combat with their battle mech brigades. You can see there that they hate the Boscara and so on and so forth. So why are they so good? Like it's, why are the bubble shields and the Nova core reactor just so damn good? It's, if we go and close that one off. Yeah, so what actually happened here is we ended up getting this piece of the puzzle triggered because we found a research bonus at a location. So that's all that actually was. And so it's just telling us there that we've got the population growth going up a little bit. So, technology. Those two pieces of equipment. So, like, typically we're looking at doing research for everything, but those things really enhance our ships. So, like to an extraordinary amount. And so they've got like their own fusion ignition back over through here, which gives them other abilities down through this other side. So this one here gives them the Nova Core reactor. What we're looking at with a reactor, this is actually what feeds the energy in a spaceship. And so we're looking at a few different things. We're looking at the fuel to energy ratio. It's like this is 1.6 per thousand. It's always Caslon in this game. It used to be Caslon or hydrogen in game number 1, but it's just purely Caslon, which I think is a good move. Reactor storage capacity of 240, and then the reactor energy output of 120. So I'm really in reverse order there, but essentially the 120 is the important number, the reactor output, and also the fuel to energy ratio is how quickly you're going to go through your fuel, and that's also a big factor as well, because all your fuel does is drive your reactor. Your reactor then drives your engines, your weapons, and everything else. So the Nova Core reactor is massively important. On the same level, we've got this one through here, which is just a fission reactor. So this fission reactor does half the output. So at the same level, we have a reactor that does double the output of the standard fission reactor, which every other empire has got. What this means is we can get by with one reactor on our ships to the 2 that the enemy will have, or the other ships will end up having. Reactor storage capacity there of 105. Their fuel to energy ratio is higher again as well, so they're actually going through more fuel with theirs. And so for us, it's actually it's such a big deal having this Nova Core reactor available. It's monstrously important. What that does is by only having one reactor, let's look at the size of this one. This is in size 18 for the Nova Core reactor. This one here is size 22, so it's smaller again. An enemy ship needs 2 reactors typically to be able to function. So it's 44 size that is being chewed up. 44 tons in the actual ship itself is being chewed up just for the reactors on a typical ship. For us, it's 18, which means we've got a heap more space for other things. So this makes the Quimino ships just so adaptable. Like it's I don't know if I'm doing a good enough job of explaining just how important that is. I might even I'll actually go into the ship design. I'll show you the difference as to why that's just so important. Now, even this one here with nuclear supercharged, this one here has only got an output of 74. So they're still going to possibly need to have 2 reactors to actually drive the ship. But we'll have a look at and see how that one does work. Now, this one here, this is the other big benefit. So if you are playing as the Quimino, you're going to definitely be wanting to get to this one as fast as you can, pretty much. You're also going to be wanting to get to this one here as quick as you can as well. So this is your bubble shields. And so the bubble shields, you know how we were looking at the other shielding before, and we're seeing 20% was the bypass rate, like the penetration chance. There's only 5%. Instead of 1 in 5 shots getting through to your armor, it's 1 in 20 shots. So it does a good job, and only 35% of that gets through as well. And the shield strength, 340. We compare that to even like one of these shields in through here. So the shield strength here of 340 compared to a shield strength there of 288. This is dramatic, and even this one has still got the shield penetration chance there of 15%. So essentially, we're getting really good abilities with both of those techs. These are very important techs to get hold of. I won't go through anything else to do with the Quimino in their tech tree, because that is it. That is there's more to it, but these are the 2 big things. These have such a big bearing on your game when you play as these. Let's go to ship designs. We'll go to frigate. We'll go to upgrade. So the ship design itself, let's just start back through here. It's still got 4 weapons. It does have a 1 large mount at the front there at 225 field of fire. It does have it doesn't have a 360 mount. It's only got it's got 225s on the side. So in this case, they've put a point defense iron pulse blaster at the top there as its point defense weapon. I guess that would be okay. But the big thing with them is that in this case, we've got the 2 bubble shields. They don't need heaps of armor. Like we saw some of the other ships there had like 4. I think, did one have 5 in the defenses? But anyway, 3 is enough. And having 2 bubble shields here is dramatic. And even this here, we've got 3 different sensors we can put on this particular ship, and sensors don't discount the benefit sensors can do. In this case, we do actually have 3 engines that will fire up. Is this just a normal frigate? Yeah, it is just a normal frigate. So normally your normal frigates will only allow 1 less than what the total engines actually are. But you'll see there it's got the Nova core reactor back in through here, size 18, which it does allow me then to put more weaponry on, or anything else that I want to squeeze on the actual ship itself. This one is very close to the limits. But if I go and have a look, you'll see there that this one reactor is actually now giving me all of the power that I need in this particular ship. If I go and ditch that Nova core reactor, I'll just get rid of one of the fuel cells as well. If I go into the fission reactor version 2, which is on the same level as this. Oops, what did I just replace? I forget what that was. I'll just cancel that. I don't know what it was that I accidentally slipped as I clicked. Get rid of the Nova core. I'll just pop in one of the larger ones that we've got, which was the fission reactor. It was an energy collector. That's okay. So fission reactor goes in. See how it doesn't cut it. So if any other faction is not going to be able to really run their ship effectively with just one of those reactors, which means it then has to find more space and put another reactor in. That way it then covers what it needs. Whereas we do that in one, and we're miles over now in size. So we've now have to start to take away either weaponry or something else. So by having both those elements in the actual design is a real powerful move for the Quamino. The Quamino it just makes such a difference once you get those. It takes a little while to get them at the start of the game, but once you've got them, you are pretty well set in terms of combat because you're going to have the best shields around. Anyway, that's the Quamino, but they're a great fun faction to play. So I won't do too much more with them. Now the other one that came with these ones were the Gizareans. This is one of my favourite factions as well. Like all these factions are just so damn good. Like it's really fun. Like when you sort of start to play, you sort of think, oh, okay, I can do this or that with whatever faction it might be. Let's just go across to the game menu and game editor. Select the Empire to edit Gizareans. You got a cell hegemony. This is their unique. We haven't really gone through the unique government types, but this is their unique government type, which is sort of a little bit like a hive mind that the Boscarans have got, but not quite as good. It's sort of it's a bit different. These are sort of like the little flying bug things that were on the on Star Wars, where they fix up spaceships, and they're a bit scavenging as well. Just go and dismiss that and pause. The new guy that's appeared. Falcon's saying, just watch the Eric show, and it was well worth it. It's always great. So it's awesome what Eric actually does do. So Gizareans, where are you? Just zoom on out and have a look and see if we can find them. Yeah, I recommend that people. I wish we went on the edges of these galaxies all the time. Although we seem to be secure here. We're not seeing combat ships there at this point in time. So this is the Gizareans. They've got a very fun and unique way of playing. So I'll just go and pop it there. That will give us the look of what they've got there, I think. That'll do. Okay, so if we go back into the Galactopedia. Okay, Gizareans are an insectoid race with 4 arms, etc., etc., and they also fly short distance with their small wings. So very aggressive. They're reckless without being crazy. They're not very dependable. Their reproduction rate is extremely high. This is one of the benefits that you have when you play them for a long time. You end up with a lot of worlds, the Gizarean worlds. And they do like to move around. And their assimilation rate, they are very resistant to being assimilated. So these are tough little bugs. Like sandy desert worlds again, rocky desert, volcanic as well. Now you can see there, this is where they're interesting. All research, negative 15. This is terrible. Like, this is terrible for them, like with the actual research. Diplomacy is also poor. They're good at war. They're good at boarding. So they love boarding. This is actually the key to playing as the Gizarians is knowing this aspect of the boarding, assault strength, and defense strength. So you can milk this with playing as the Gizarians. So the construction research does go up, so that mitigates part of this problem here with the all research. And troop goes up as well. Repair rates goes high, so they're good with their ships. Troop maintenance savings is very high. Ship maintenance savings is very high as well. So you can have more troops and ships than other factions because you're not paying as much for them. We don't really get ambassadors, which we don't need them really. So admirals, generals goes up, scientists goes down. So that, keeping in mind that we're playing with a dumb bug faction to a large degree that is a scavenger faction, and with very good boarding abilities. So let's have a look at the special features, because this really does give us the key to playing. So waste nothing. 25% increased chance of tech boost when salvaging or retiring a ship with advanced tech. So whereas actually it does say retiring there, it does specify it. I wonder if the Teekans have to actually, because they get a boost by salvaging. Maybe that they have to destroy ships, whereas these guys can retire ships with advanced tech. At the start of the game, every pirate ship is got advanced tech. So if you're playing as the Gizarians, ramp the pirates right up to full, because you want their ships. The pirate ships are the key to the Gizarians' advancement in the early part of the game, pretty much. So when salvaging or retiring a ship with advanced tech, additional tech boosts when completely retiring an advanced ship. So this is how you get your technology playing as the Gizarians, is capturing enemy ships that are better than yours. The scouring. So choose to scour a newly conquered enemy colony. Scouring resets colony development, consumes 10% of the population, as a temporary happiness penalty, and damages reputation. But it provides an additional conquest tech breakthrough, a large resource cache, and temporary boost population growth for Gizarians throughout your empire. So this is again where you're sort of like, you've got a scorched earth mentality, but you're getting your technology that way. So you're getting it through salvage and sort of and strip mining what you find. So we don't do research traditionally. What we do is we find stuff, and we basically just take it from whatever we can capture. Rivalries must select between two characters in a power struggle, killing one of them but boosting the other one with new skills and traits. This is a bit like the Mortlands, but with permanent results. Breeding World provides a bonus to Gizarian population growth rate throughout your empire whenever you use exterminate population policy against a non-Gizarian race at one of your colonies. So additional breeding worlds provide cumulative bonuses, again sort of getting rid of things that aren't what we have. Boosting our own, so we're essentially eating the other population. Tribal conflict, so short-term empire-wide boost to Gizarian population growth rate, but at an accompanying happiness penalty that will affect our money. Again, happiness equals money in the long term. Swarm command, so special targeting computer for ships that allows increased targeting accuracy based on the total number of ships in a fleet. So in this case, you don't want like a fleet of a few big ships. What you want is lots of little ships. So if it really is the hive mind, you can sort of see there like the honeycomb, the hexagonal sort of shape. This is more like a bee colony type thing, or a wasp. They're sort of like wasps, I guess, space wasps. So they actually so for them, this the swarm command is massive again for what they can then go and do. And so you want large fleets of many small ships to get the ability with this one through here. So that's where they are. Gizarian techs, they've got different things like hex armor and stuff. They're not really all that important, to be honest. The Hive fighter base as well is good. So they've got unique things which are good, but in reality, what you want to be doing is you want to be capturing enemy ships. So this is probably the only faction where personally I actually will add troop transports in amongst my my main fleet to capture. So every fleet has the ability to then go and try to actually have the command to capture enemy ships because it's so important for the technology. What you don't want to be doing is really destroying much. You want to, I mean, sometimes you just have to, but you want to be capturing anything that's more advanced than you. You want it because you want that technology. So that's really the key to it. There's yeah, so it's got its. I won't go through all of the tech that it actually does have. I think what we'll do is, well, I've sort of pretty much told you what to do with that one, but what I tend to do playing as the Gizareans, I can't remember the exact method that I use with this, but if I go into the ship constructions and go to the troop transports, so in this case we've got medium troop transports, but typically you're starting off with a small troop transport. If I go and do the upgrade through here, I'll be wanting to put a few of these in my actual fleet itself. Actually, I'll show you also, maybe even with the escorts. I'll show you the frigates as well. But with these guys, what I now like to do with these is to go down to their, see how they've got troop compartments and assault pods. You want as many assault pods as you can get. So you ditch one of the troop compartments, which saves you 50, I think. There's a troop compartment. Where is it? Oh, there it is down the bottom there. Yeah, so that's size 50. And then the assault pods are only size 10, I think. Yep, so back up the top. And so I'm going to throw a couple more of those onto that particular design. So I've still got like a lot of space. I can then sort of put even more engines on or more weaponry. You can see there in this case, this is the troop transport, so it's got good protection there anyway. But that would now be has got like a lot more assault strength to go and capture. So I don't need very many of them in my fleets because in this case we're really looking to ramp up the pirates at the start of the game and then use these to capture as many pirate ships as possible. Sorry, in their fleets. But that's actually something I would do with those. Let's just go and cancel that. The other thing I like to do is to have a look at the frigate. And I'll show you with the frigate, but you can do this again with the you might show the escort as well. I'll just do this one here and then a basic escort. If I just go and upgrade this. So these guys here, you can see there are lots of engines. They can be very, very fast. 4 weapons, so standard there. 3 through here as well. This one does actually have the ability to also then put in its own fighter bay. If you're fighting Boscara, I would not worry too much about putting in a fighter bay unless you're fighting Boscarans, like in the early part of the game. But in this case, you do actually have the ability. I forgot that they also had the ability for a hangar in what they actually have. If you have a look at the actual weaponry, they've got a like that's a 90-degree field of fire in the front there. They've got one that fires at the back, one that fires again at 90 degrees, and then they've got one again at the front, just firing at a small 180 degrees. Where's that one? Oh, that's 180. Sorry, it's 90 in the middle there. So you've got a very limited range, a very limited field of fire at the front there. So they're using a missile in it, which is a seeking weapon. So these guys in through here as well. You could put more assault pods on this if you wanted to and just do it that way. But these don't have any 360 mounts, so they're not fantastic. But with the it's got the 2 different arrays down through here. Now this is one where you probably want to get rid of one of your arrays and then go into the oops, hang on, just get rid of that one. If I left click on that one, the swarm targeting is unique for the Gizareans. And this is the one that the bigger the fleet is, the more that they get. And so you can see down through here, swarm targeting has got like a targeting of plus 15% and the extra targeting per fleet ship of 1%. So every ship in the fleet gives its targeting a boost. So the bigger the fleet is, the better off it's going to be. Thanks for the subscription there, Tails Sly Fox. Very, very much appreciated. So in this case, by having big fleets of small ships, you're going to perform much better. So rather than starting with the frigates, which is where I normally start with when I'm trying to plan out my fleets, in this case, you start off with your escort. So let's just go to a basic escort and have a look at that one. And we'll just do an upgrade there. So this is a tiny ship. This one's only got like a couple of weapons, and like in this case, they've got an iron pulse blaster and a Maxos blaster on the top there. It's 180 degrees. It's got no protection from the rear. 3 engines. It's only got one slot here for scanners. And so this then is thinking, okay, like typically what the game will do is we'll think of the ships working in isolation, not working as part of a fleet. Let's just say we ditch that and put ourselves in a swarm targeting computer like this. We now actually have this ship has got a swarm targeting computer. We've got without changing anything else, I can just sort of leave that where that is. It's a weak ship, but every other ship in the fleet of this little weak ship is going to enhance what can happen. You can see there I've actually got even more size here if I wanted to go and try to squeeze other things into this if I really needed to. But there's not a lot I can sort of squeeze onto this particular ship. But that's just going to enhance, so I can have like a fair few of these in amongst the frigates that also then have the same swarm targeting computers. And I can then get like a big fleet of these ships, which will then give a lot more targeting on the actual ships themselves. So there's different ways of playing this game, and then pop in a few troop transports with lots and lots of assault pods, and you've got a really, really good way to actually then take down the pirates. So I love playing as the Gizareans for playing it in this way. It's sort of it's quite good fun because you can capture all sorts of stuff, and then when you take that back to your colonies and pull them apart, you then get your technology. That's how you get your tech boosts all the time. So you get your technology through salvage, not through research, which I love that idea that they've been able to put that into the game. All right, that's the Gizareans. What we're up to next? Let's have a quick look and see. Just go and cancel that one. But the Gizareans are fun to play. So what did we get up to? We've only got the two left, the Artux and the Wekaris. So we're getting close, guys. We're getting close. It's been 3.5 hours. I thought it'd be about 4 hours, which is about what it's going to be. I'm not going to spend too much time with these. If you're interested in the Wekaris, I've got a Let's Play that I'm currently doing at the moment, where I'm really covering them in great depth. We've got a very, very interesting, and might even just for that one, I might even fire up the game that I'm actually playing, so I can just sort of show that one. But the Artux, let's go and talk about the Artux initially. So we'll just go back into here. Go into the game menu, game editor. Empire, in this case, is going to be the Artuk Oligarchy. The Artuks are an interesting faction, actually. It's funny because I really didn't think I was going to be interested. These are a monarchy, in this case. Just going to dismiss that one, pause, and just zoom back out. Where are you guys? Here they are. Now, the Artuks, I love their ships. God, they look good. Like they're not great to use, but they are an interesting looking faction. So we'll just find one of the actual ships that they have. So we'll start with the Starbase. The Starbase looks really, really cool as well. If we can find an actual combat ship, we don't think we've got any. Do we have any? No, not yet. Well, let's spawn one. Let's spawn a frigate in, just so we can actually see it. So we've got different things, like we get a planetary palace when you start off as a monarchy. This is the first monarchy that we've come across. I'll just go into the game editor. Go to the Artux. Oh, I didn't actually check it. Look, it won't matter too much whichever one I get. I'll just go with Veracruz. Just go and throw that one in there. Because the military ships look different. Like if I go and have a look at at some of the other ships that are around, the freighter type ships will actually look a little bit more like what we're seeing back over here. But check this out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to slowly pan across. Slowly. Here we go, look at this. I love it. I love the look of this. It looks so damn good. Their ship designs just look incredible. Yeah, it's real Buck Rogers stuff. So that's one of their, I don't know what that is. What is that one? That's a frigate. Okay, that is a basic frigate. So with the Artuks, it looks fantastic with what they actually have. These are again a very, very unique faction. the way I was like, where for me, I didn't like them in Distant Worlds 1 at all. Like I really hated playing them, and but someone did mention to me to think of them sort of like mini orcs, like from Warhammer 40,000 orcs, where they're very chaotic, but and sort of do different things. But these have got a very, very unique way of playing, and I've got to say I had a lot of fun playing as these. I'll just move that one out of the way. Ultimate Provocation. Yeah, unfortunately it's right in the middle there. I'll just see if I can. Yeah, there we go. Just get rid of it. But it's they look great, but they play very, very interestingly as well. So we just go to the Galactopedia and go to Alien Races and look at the Artux. Primitive, short, cuddly bear-like race. So these are sort of Ewoks. Now, it's the cuddly bear aspect that really was annoying me. I didn't like that aspect. But when I started thinking of them as mini orcs from Warhammer 40,000, I could embrace what was going on with that. I'll just move that one across slightly. We'll see what that one selected. Just so you can see the glory of the actual spaceship design while we look at everything else. It's really, really quite nice. So aggression, they're slightly aggressive. This is where they're not the rollovers. They're not passive. They're sort of out there doing stuff. They're sort of like they are like Ewoks, which is what turned me off them. But they are like mini orcs as well. They're very reckless. Like they throw caution to the wind, but they are dependable. So again, these will enter into treaties very, very quickly if you come across them, and they reproduce extremely rapidly. They also will settle, if you allow them to settle in your territories, they'll be all over you. So they do settle everywhere. And I'm just going to grab myself another drink of water. Be right back. Okay, so, and finally, they're actually very compliant, so they're easy to assimilate. So if you do take over an Artuk world, you may have to constrain them to that world, just so otherwise they're going to end up all over your empire because of the nature of what they are. They like forest and grasslands worlds and mangrove forest worlds as well. Again, these are very, very bad at research, so negative 15 through there, but they are very happy, which means that they make a lot of money. Diplomacy is a negative. They don't like being in wars. They're terrible at espionage. They're terrible they're terrible at pretty much everything, except they can defend fairly well. Everything's bad. They do get ambassadors, but yeah, they're pretty bad. The thing with they have a bonus with is psychic resistance, and so this is actually for if you're playing with the Shakturi DLC, the Shakturi use psychic abilities, and the Artuks are completely resistant to it. So these are great against the Shakturi. This is sort of like they're terrible at everything except for fighting the Shakturi, and so reduces the effects of psychic weapon attacks against your ships and bases. So that's essentially, this is the one faction that really doesn't have any. They're not impacted by psychic. Maybe they're just too dumb. Anyway, special features. These have got some interesting features about them. So, leader changes. Note that Artuks do not follow the normal leader change mechanisms of their chosen government. Instead, they select new leaders during the Great Direction and Great One featured outlines below. This is actually something that's very unique to playing as these. Thus, Artuk factions cannot manually dismiss their leader. The Great Direction. Every 5 years, select from a choice of 3 Great Directions with associated bonuses, which apply for 5 years. Now, I think there's 7 different actual directions, but only 3 of them are chosen, are presented to you to choose from. That will then be applied for 5 years. Yeah, there we go. There are 7 great directions in all, each with a unique victory objective. And so playing as the Artuks, really all you're trying to do is go through each of the 7 and achieve them. It's sort of like Steam achievements, I guess, of achieving different things. It might be achieving some sort of population growth or whatever it might be. who was great. So periodically presented with a choice of 2 characters to be designated great Artooks of the future. Whichever one is chosen gains a great potential trait, making them eligible for future leadership. So that's just something that happens with leaders. The great one, whenever the great direction changes, there is a 25% chance that a new faction leader must then be chosen from 2 randomly selected characters with the great potential traits. So the ones that do have the great potential will kind of ultimately then become the leader of the Artooks. The new leader may turn out to have the right qualities to be the great one. Alternatively, the new leader may turn out to be a disappointment, not the great one, leading to a reselection 1 year later. So direction doubt, whenever it's a bit hard to understand what's going on with the great one, but just imagine every 5 years, as a collective, you decide what you're going to focus on, whether that be shipbuilding or whatever. Like there's, as I said, 7 different aspects to it. Of those, and we'll have a look at this when we get into the game. At that point, we end up needing to have somebody in charge. We have certain leaders that have got this great potential and this the great potential trait. They become the choice of the leadership. You choose which one you want, and then we go from there and sort of see what actually does happen. So then we've got rapid unscheduled disassembly. This is actually interesting. So when you play as these, occasionally an Artook state ship will suffer a major failure due to poor engineering. The ship will likely experience major damage, or it may even be completely destroyed. More likely to happen to ships in hyperspace. So when you're in hyperspace, there is a slight chance that your ships are just going to blow up or become destroyed. So it's a bit like the damage that gets taken by the Boscaras, except much greater, to a much greater extent. So there's a big random aspect about that one through there. What does this button do? So whenever a critical research success occurs, there is a choice to push the button or don't push the button, leading to various positive and negative events. Very random. This is very chaotic playing as the Artooks. Very different. Deadly in numbers. So plus 25% ground combat bonus when Artook troops outnumber their enemy during colony battles. They're terrible at combat, and we are great. Plus 5% happiness and 10% corruption reduction for 1 year whenever they sign a free trade agreement, or a research treaty, or a defence treaty. So if they can get into treaties, they do get this big boost to happiness, which again is money. So they're good at making money. They're terrible at researching. And then they've got these different traits in through here. I won't go through those. What else they got? Yeah, there's probably not really much point having a look at too much else of what they have as such. Again, extremely weak on the ground with their infantry. They like a lot of other factions. You can see through there. They actually don't dislike anyone. So they love the Securans, the Artooks they like, other Artooks. Actarans, so they like the Securans even more so than themselves. Actarans, Tikans. I wish this was just a big full long list. It would be so much better than having it split like this. Quimino, Xenox. So the humans are somewhere in the middle there. They'd be like a 10% maybe. But they don't dislike anyone. So they try to get on with everyone. So very unique play style. What we can have a look through here is if we go to the, if I turn off this particular one and go to the actual, we haven't looked at victory conditions, but if we have a look at the Artooks and through this other side, you can see there, this is on the last column there, it's got the under the red victory objectives met 0. There's the 7 that they need to try to, over the course of the game, fulfill these different great directions. So great direction smarter, which is more of like of trying to do research. Friendlier, which is diplomacy. Stronger, which is more combat. Richer, earning money. That's a fairly easy one for them to get. Faster, I'm not sure what that one actually is. Sneakier, that's spying. And multiply, that's population growth. So these are the different 7 focuses that they have, where everything is put in that direction for 5 years, and then it changes to another one. And so it's interesting. It really is quite interesting the way it sort of does work. And so some of your objectives are to fulfill those great directions as playing as the actual Artooks in through there. Their ships are fairly crazy, fairly chaotic, as you'd expect. If you go and have a quick look at the ship designs. And so again, beautiful looking ships. They just look. The modelling is fantastic on these. So they have an unusual. They can see only 3 weapons on these, and they're only small. This is a frigate, and with only 3 small weapon mounts, only size up to size 19. Only 2 defences back on through here as well, and so they're pretty difficult. they're not great with what they actually end up having. And so, and the different mounts that we end up having, we've got a 180 degree mount there, which does face the rear of the ship. We've got another one that is a 360 that sort of does cover the whole ship there, and then another one on a sort of weird 180 degree field of fire there on a funny angle on the port side of the ship as well. So that's really what we have with the actual weapon mounts on this ship. And so it's an interesting design. God, they look good though. So I won't go through the specifics of what they end up having with technology and that. They're just they're a weird, chaotic faction to play. So if that's your play style, then that's great. Actually, be off saying I took over a few Artuk worlds and enslaved them, but they breed so fast I ended up with their racial malices in my empire. Yes, actually, that's a really, really important point. Thanks, Bioff. That's actually what happens is, as you assimilate other factions into your empire, I think it's once they hit 500 million, once you get 500 million of a faction inside your empire, all of those negatives that we saw there then become part of your empire. So it infects the others with their dumbness in a certain sense. If you go and have a look at the alien factions again. So the Artuks are really not something that you really want. So these are... because if you end up with 500 million of them, your whole game gets all this as well. So say extermination is the way, possibly, or just completely avoid them, like just basically don't take over their worlds, because you do not want this. This is the worst of the worst. So you don't really want them out there. Airlock they go, says Bioff. Yes, that's a really important point. I'm glad you mentioned that, because just be aware. If I think it's 500 million. Once you've got 500 million of a faction, bang, you are gone. Like it's you end up getting whatever they've got. Now, typically it ends up being good, because you end up with might be extra research or something like that. But in this case, all of that is then applied to your empire. So very retro in style, says Sithel. Yes, it is indeed. All right, so okay, actually, Bashi was then talking about the Gizarians with the small hangars. Yeah, with extra capacity. Yeah, so it is definitely something you can do with them as well. Yeah, and there's so many different ways to approach every single faction. Actually, it's interesting. But yes, this is actually, you do want to avoid this. So. Falcon's saying, I think it's the minimum is 500M, and then it's a ratio of their pop to your empire's total pop. Yeah, so it's not 100%, but it starts to eat away, and they breed fast. Remember, like if you're playing as a Daewitz, and you've got Artuks, and you've got 500 million Artuks in your empire, and they're breeding at more than double your rate, you have to control it. So maybe sort of trying to keep them to different worlds and suppressing them some way is probably the only real way of doing it. So it's you can see that on the mouse on the Empire bonus tab, which I can't show it here. Actually, I can show it in the next bit, which we're going to show. So that's the Artuks, very, very interesting faction, very interesting. Now I've got the Wekarus in here as well, but I'm going to show you that on my other game, which I'm currently playing as a Wekarus, and so I'll just go. I don't think it's worth showing the Wekarus on this one here. So I'll press escape and load game, and so this is actually where I'm currently up to. So we're earlier than what we've been. Like I'm not at level 2 in this particular game. I'll just go and load it in. So this is actually like a game in train at the moment, where we've got Boskarans up through here. We've got our Wekarus down through this other side. We've just finished a war with the Boskarans. Daewitz back down through this other area of the map. So this is all Daewit territory. Gizarians back over here. Ikaru back in this other side, and Mortallans down in this area. So that's sort of we're surrounded by very, very aggressive factions typically. So Falcon's saying the Empire bonuses are on the first tab with the policies. Yeah, if you go into in this case, what we've got is I'll talk about the Wekarus. Actually, no, I'll talk about that now. If you go into your Empire areas, you'll see you've got like an area called bonuses, and so you do get sort of like the all research in through here. I just wonder if I may not even have enough. I've got some Xenox, So no, I mustn't have enough, because I thought the all research would sort of then kick in here. But this is where you typically start to sort of see any sorts of problems. But I do actually have a Wecarus well, but it just mustn't be big enough to sort of give us the benefit in through this other side. But this is actually your summaries of everything that affects your game. And so as you're playing, you'll sort of end up being able to sort of see it through there with under your bonuses. Anyway, Wecarus, let's go and talk about them. I really like the Wecarus, I've got to say. These are pretty cool, pretty good fun to play as. So this is the last one, and then we were done. And there's still 7 more to come. I love what they've done with this. It's just so cool. So large crustaceans with distinctive facial mandibles. Now you can see through there, these are very Cthulhu-like, and Cthulhu is sort of like the flavour of the day when you play as a Wecarus. You end up with a lot of sort of ghostly things that sort of happen with the way that they do sort of play. So their aggression is just fairly neutral. They're very cautious. Their dependability is -10, so they're not all that dependable. Their reproduction rate, again, is atrocious at 4. Migration tendency is -30, so they're settled, they don't move off, and their assimilation rate is -20, so they're fairly they're adaptable, but it's they're not sort of more middle of the road, I guess, more than anything. They like deep ocean and ocean worlds is really what they have. These are definitely oceanics with what they end up doing. And so they have a plus 10% all research. Diplomacy goes down to -30. Counter-espionage, PSYOPs, engine research, mining rates, these will go up. Ship maintenance goes down, so they don't like having big fleets. Ship speed, this is massive. What this does is the 40% to their ship speed means that if you have your ship next to an enemy ship, you can actually go in with even less engines and still be faster than them. And why this is important is for being able to close the gap quickly if you need to go and destroy something, but also to run away. If you need to get away from a fight, you can generally outrun them. It also means you can position your forces and milk combat. If you're doing sort of like, if you're handling the combat manually, you can actually sort of kite away, draw. For example, it might be enemy fighters. Often you can travel with that 40% ship speed, you can travel faster than the fighters and bombers that are following you and draw them into other parts of your fleet, for example, or into an area where you can destroy them without having to worry about other ships. There's all sorts of ways of using this plus 40% ship speed. It's dramatically great playing as a Wecarus. Targeting goes up as well, scientists goes up, and spies goes up. So this is sort of where they are. These also have a little bit of psychic resistance as well. Okay, with their abilities that they actually have. So flashes of the past. Whenever a scientist achieves a critical research success, select between a choice of 2 new research skills for them. Scientists must have less than 4 existing skills. So ideally, I try not to. Well, in this case, I probably now should crash research this project. I try to keep it without crash researching so that this one will then kick in, the flashes of the past. The deep labyrinth, so whenever a foreign spy is detected operating against us, 50% chance of intercepting them and then selecting whether to imprison or execute them. So you find spies better than anyone else. Riches from the deep, you will discover a new resource at one of your deep ocean colonies. Ancestral. So this is interesting. So during times of intense stress or a strong connection with ancestral psychic memories may be triggered, causing these memories to manifest at the location. This can occur in the following situation. So remember, thinking of Cthulhu-ish sort of playthrough here. Whenever a ship is involved in space combat, a temporary ghost ship may appear to assist in battle. The ship cannot be controlled and will disappear after a while. So they'll just go off and do their own attacks. And that can be quite interesting because they can actually take the focus of an enemy away from what you're doing, which is actually very, very cool. You also can end up with ghost troops as well that may appear to help you in battle as well. So you end up with these, you shouldn't rely on them, but they are a really nice bonus when you get them. So whenever a scientist experiences a critical research success or failure, a temporary ghost scientist may appear to assist with that one as well. Whenever you sign a free trade agreement, there is a small chance you get an additional 20 boost in relations with the factions due to the intervention of an ancient ambassador, which again, a ghost ambassador will come and help you. whenever one of your spy missions is detected and the spy is about to be captured, there's a 25% chance that the spy instead avoids capture due to the intervention of an ancient spy, like a ghost spy. So this whole ghost thing, you've got ghost admirals and ghost generals there as well, that sort of just come in for a short period of time, sort of help a little bit and then sort of disappear. So additionally, the following Wekarus artifacts increase the frequency of the Ancestors Among Us events. These artifacts must be discovered through exploration to obtain their benefits. The Cenotaph of the First Generation, so doubles frequency of intervention from ghost characters. Airship of the Ancestors doubles frequency of ghost ship generation. And Orb of Ancestral Strength doubles frequency of ghost troop generation. So that's I haven't been able to find any of these yet. But you have to then try to find these artifacts, and then you can bring them back to your homeworld. So the artifacts are something that came in maybe a year or so back, I think, in the game, like where they thought that might be more interesting to actually have things you could actually then transport to specific locations. But they're a great faction to play. They're good fun, and that ship movement is really fast. I don't know if I've got one that I can show. I might just go and I'll load in one where I was in combat. I don't know if that was it there. This is like a few years before where we are. I've been in war most of the time here, but there was one battle. I'll just load it in, see if this was like a quick save, see if this one actually works. Yeah, this one here is, this is a situation where I thought this was it. I've got a fleet that's just come in. So these are fairly early days for my particular fleet. So my fleet has arrived. These are all the Wekarus different ships, and I can sort of show you what I've got through there. This is a frigate. Now they've got there's a few different techs that we end up getting. Actually, one thing we didn't show was the. Just go back and quickly finish off the rest of the Wekarus stuff, because they have a few other little things that are interesting. We've got good starting research back and through there. The Wekarus tech they have is these pulse wave cannons. They've got the Hydra Core capacitor, which is like a shield enhancement. I don't actually have that yet. We're still actually just in the early part of our research. Constrictor beams, so on and so forth. So they've got a few different things in through here, but they've got the pulse wave cannon. And again, the idea for them is to really take these objectives, the artifacts, is what they really sort of want to go and get. But if we go and, so with that pulse wave cannon, you can see I've called these ones pulse frigates. If I go and have a look at this actual frigate, this is their actual design. And you'll see that with the actual ship itself, it's got a, so all I've done here is their ships have only got like the one sensor, 3 areas in here for whether, for either shields or armor, and I've only got early shielding at this point in time and early armor. Only 3 mounts for the different types of weapons, and again the actual overall you've got like a large weapon at the front. So we've got this one here with 180 degrees, and I've got like a large pulse cannon there, which is again a Wekarus weapon. And then we've got the pulse wave cannons, and you've got like a starboard and port broadsides on through here, which is a smaller weapon. So we've just got like a small pulse cannon there, and then a sentinel multi-beam in through there. But it can fire directly behind the ship if it has to. So you can this will still give you reasonable coverage with the actual ship itself. So if I go in and I'll just show you this particular combat, because we're up against a really, really powerful Xenox ship, which is in this particular fight. And so in this one here, I've got my fleet, and if my whole fleet, I think this is the 5th fleet. Yeah, this is the 5th fleet. And so what this one has got is it's got an overall strength of 2,000. So I've got like a lot of ships in this one, lots of frigates, lots of escorts. But this one here, this Xenox ship, which was actually an ancient ship that the Boskarans got hold of, and so they've got it in through here. This has got they've just launched a whole lot of small craft, which are now sort of going to be heading towards me. And so once they actually start to get going, they're going to this ship on its own has got a strength of 1,600. So it's very, very close. It's got like a lot of this is a big ship. Actually, I didn't show the speed, but our speed is so strong that we're going to be able to draw things away from the fight if we have to. So look at the shielding on this thing. This is a monster of a ship. This is an absolute monster. And so they're coming in with their fighter craft. This is their Rangers. We're just on the outside edge of their Rangers. their target is this mining station. So rather than sit around and try to maneuver here, all of my ships travel at a very, very high speed, like well over 100. 131 is really high speed for, 3 engines basically. And so these are 3 pretty low grade engines. Let's get the 5th. So rather than going and attacking this, I'm better off by using my speed to move in behind. Let's let it play out. Their fighter craft are all now streaming down from the carrier. The carrier is now moving in. I can leave this as a bit of a target. Here comes the rest of the Boscaran fleet, by the way. So this thing here was just more powerful. Now we're moving it so much faster than their ship. I then have the ability to then think, okay, well, should I move over here maybe? So if I just go and move to that location. So we'll sort of turn around. Our turning rate isn't that great. Here comes the small craft. They're all attacking. This is a fuel transport that is going to get smashed. They're bypassing. They're coming after our ships. There goes the... so they're now trying to get in behind with the small craft. Just lost the fuel transport. Other ships are getting damaged. This is a bad fight for me to be as part of. I then sort of move in to try to then bring in my other ships. I'll just go and try to move them across. But we're so much faster than the enemy. Like if I have trouble, looks like this one's in trouble over at the back in through here. Yeah, this one's actually got its hyperdrive offline. It's slowed right down. Probably it's got engines are out. 2 of the engines are out. So it's it's been disabled. There's probably going to be small craft swarming it, I would imagine, if I can see them somewhere. There's one way over here. Is that one small craft? Is there still small craft left? No, we've destroyed all the small craft, so they've all been destroyed in the combat so far. But it's just a great game, and I won't keep on playing this one, but it's the ability of using the speed is really very strong. Like in the time it's taken them to even get close to their actual target, we've been able to get in behind them and do all sorts of stuff. So this ship here will be too powerful for us to really impact much at all. But this is it's just an awesome game, the way it sort of does work. So the Wekaris with that speed boost are dramatically good. What are the circles and lines that connect systems? Basically that just shows essentially the communication between colonies. And so in this case, this is the Dayut homeworld. Dayuts have got like a base over through here. It bounces through that system to get to there, and then it goes to one of they've got a colony there, another colony back over through here as well. The Ikaru are back over in here somewhere, and they bounce across to here and then across to this little station over this other side. This is again, so it's just a representation of the Empire. You can see that for us, we've only got 3 worlds, these in through here, and so we're sort of we've got the connection from our home world there. The star is where the home world actually is. But anyway, guys, that sort of pretty much covers all the different factions. I hope I've done a good job of sort of showing you just how diverse the actual game is, and each faction really does play just so differently. Again, I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with the Harkonish and the Teekans as well. So that will be part of a free update for fleshing out those particular factions. But overall, every faction plays very uniquely, and the game itself, with it just being so random with the way it can be set up, you don't know what you're going to get. So you certainly play a style of play typically with the factions, but the world, the universe is just so all over the place. Like it's very cool the way it sort of does work. Seva's saying, how has the bug wars been going after the long range radars? Yeah, well, we've only just got them at the end of the last war. So where I'm currently playing, I'm no longer at war, but I have now got long range scanners, which allows me to then see the fleets coming through, which means I can then free up fleets for other attacks. So it's just the game progresses in such an interesting way. So look, what I'll do is as I said before, every Wednesday I'm playing Distant Worlds at the moment on my both channels. So I'm doing sort of like and yesterday we played for a few hours. This particular one through here, I think we started off at around about this sort of level, or close to this level here with this particular attack. And then we had pretty much the whole time we're at war with the Boscaran faction over through here. They were sending fleet after fleet after fleet of their hive type ships in against us, and we were then just trying to defend. We're on the back foot for most of the game. It was interesting, a really, really good session. This is a very, very dangerous situation I'm in here, which is surrounded by bugs and mortallons. So it's a very aggressive game, which has been really, really good fun. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there, guys. So thanks for watching. Holly, did you try to say I missed all of it? Can you go over them all again? Oh yeah, sure. I'll start from scratch. But that's a lot to cover, actually. That's a lot of factions. So anyway, but it's such a great game. 4 hours. Wow, it took a long, long time. So that 10-year trick, yeah. This particular game, I started off. I was going to play 20 years of just letting the AI play, and then I was going to take over. But I also had a little house rule. I was finding I was getting smashed by the AI after, like, as soon as they declared war. So I allowed myself to step in whenever war was declared against me, or whenever there was a war. And so in that case, we had a war at the 10-year mark. So I stepped in with this particular game at that point. So I sort of inherited what the AI had built for me in that particular point. Anyway, guys, going to leave it there, and I'll catch you. Well, I should be back again tomorrow. I think I'm on the Slytherin channel. Actually, well, tomorrow's Fortress Friday, so we'll be playing some Dwarf Fortress, and I'll see how I go. I've got also another Slytherin stream as well tomorrow, I think, as well. So I'll check that one out. I can't remember exactly what I'm up to, but I'll see you guys around if you're around as well. Have a great Easter. Otherwise, I'll catch you later. Oh, hang on. Uneducated Trucker saying, Daz, is there a particular game setup you prefer, galaxy size? Not really, to be honest. I don't really have a preference for it, because every single time you play it, it's just so different, depending on what you do anyway. So no, I don't have a favourite way of starting the game. It's it's just different every time you play it. Anyway, guys, I've just to get going, so I'll leave it there. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you next time.